All right, I think we're live. I'm gonna go double check it all.
Awesome. I'll link it in the.
Yeah. Also, Platypus were in terms of the
because like I was saying earlier, flat Earth is blowing up, and there's a vacuum right now of people that want to talk about flat Earth, and there's like nowhere to do it in the way that you can do it on Discord.
It's not just flat Earth. It's like if you want to talk other subjects too, like for example, what we're talking about. So it's like you want other subjects too, like you want more not to have such restrictions on what you can say.
Yeah. I created a Telegram channel as well, and on there they have a voice chat on there, a really good text chat. It actually has some features that are better than Discord, like some unique features, but Discord's also better in a lot of ways compared to Telegram. But on there, like there's a voice chat. We could technically stream from there to Rumble or to Odysee and have pretty much uncensored. So that's an option too. Like seems like Telegram, Odysee, Rumble, a lot of those have like virtually no censorship. So if we want to use the actual Telegram for the voice channel, we'd be out of Discord at that point. And then if we stream to those, be pretty free to talk about pretty much anything. I mean, they still have some terms on Telegram, like you can't do like threats of violence, stuff like that, like nothing illegal and all that. But yeah,
right.
Nice, yeah. That'll be awesome. I know the transition is coming soon. Like ever since I saw 24/7 just on its last dying legs, I was like, okay, the move is going to come soon. I don't know when, and it's like, yeah, it should be soon, hopefully.
Yeah, I feel like we're on like the crest of a wave right now.
Oh hell yeah, dude! Hell yeah. Dude, I just had
that point at the surfboard where you're kind of hand paddling and you're just starting to get the momentum of the wave.
Yep. Do you guys hear this dog? Sorry if you can.
No, man, your background noise is pretty much. Oh, now we can. When he barked.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that if he was like moving or something, you could barely hear it. Your background noise is kind of suppressed, which is good.
Yeah, I'm using some new headphones, but this dog always barks at me.
No, man.
Yeah, I mean, Platypus, if you...
Oh, I have a really cool story to tell you guys. If you were going to say something, though, go ahead. I'm not going to forget it.
Totally go on to that. I was just going to, on the last topic, just about, with Telegram, like, even if we don't stream from there... Oh, wait, I have one of the other... I was checking the streams. I got an echo. even if we don't necessarily stream from there, which we could, but there would have to be enough people in there to want to do like a show or a stream from there, to actually stream from there to like one of these other uncensored ones. But I was just saying, it's also cool to have that Telegram that we could actually just talk, like even if it's just private, 2 people, 3 people, 5, whatever, about some of these topics. And I'm sure some of the ones that I'm referring to, because I would actually like to go deeper on some of those topics. I don't really care that much if it's live stream, because they are some pretty intense ideas as it is. I'd be happy if it was just, I'd be happy, just still happy to be able to have that, because we did it once. Like when I first got the Telegram going, a couple of us were in there. And it was pretty cool. Like we could just, now there's questions like, is that thing monitored, or is it some Russian spy? Like who knows what what it really is. But outside of that, there's no concern of talking about a lot of this, stuff. So I was just saying, like, just even as a tool, just for us to be able to share some of these ideas and figure out some of the stuff that's going on, outside of these censored ones. It's just cool to have that. It's kind of like having a connection, outside of these other ones that all have their limitations.
Yeah. And I think it's cool that, like, okay, one of the things that I really enjoyed about, I want to call it like 2018 Flat Earth Discord, was like, there was so many people that wanted to have sort of like a podcast style sit down where 2 or 3 people would engage in a topic, and like, there'd be like 40, 50 people listening and then another 100 somewhere else. Like, I want to be a part of more like paranormal podcasts, because I've been getting into, like, this is going to lead into the story that I wanted to tell you guys. I've been getting into like cryptid and animal mutilation accounts. And I used to work on a farm. I used to manage a dairy farm. I've seen some weird stuff in the woods. I've had my own little experiences. But recently, I have a buddy who's a goat farmer here in California. And he had a very freaky fucking thing happen to him. And I just want to preface this with, a lot of times when like herdsmen or shepherds or dairymen, when something really bizarre happens to one of their animals, they don't really want to tell people about it. First off, it might make people not want to buy their meat. Might make people not want to buy whatever they're selling. Might make people think that there's something wrong with their land or their animals or them. And there's all sorts of weird little superstitions out there. So yeah, exactly. So farmers won't talk about it. But my dude, we've been friends for almost 20 years now. And part of his job is to, if there's like an animal that they're going to cull, he's going to skin it and butcher it. And that'll be food for the shepherds for that, that month. And he was out in a plot of land that they were hired to bring some, like a herd to do like brush clearing. And they had just finished the count of like all their herd, and all of them were there except for one. And so he goes out into the field looking for this one. And so like a lot of animal mutilation cases, they always start out with a farmer looking for a lost animal. Well, he sees it in the field, like out in the middle of nowhere. And as he gets closer, he realizes that it is literally only the skin and fur. And there's no blood anywhere. And he picks it up and he's like, okay, somebody is playing a fucking joke on me, because I've skinned animals with him. That shit is so hard to do without getting blood. First of all, like I've helped him hold down animals and slit the animals' throats. Blood gets fucking everywhere. And it's like, the only way that this could have happened is like somebody would have needed to be completely silent and completely invisible, killed the animal somewhere else, because you can't make the blood invisible. Kill the animal somewhere else without getting a single drop of blood on the fur, remove the fur, and then go in silently and place that fur in the middle. And it was placed like, it was not hidden. It was like for him to find. And yeah, that happened recently. So yes, he still has the pelt, but there's no follow up really. It's like, what is he going to do? Like, get it tested for something? What would they test it for? But just, I mean, if you've ever killed like an animal and then skinned it, it's a tough job. It's not something you can just do in the middle
How
of the
long
field.
was it? Is the time between recount, like livestock or whatever?
Oh, they were on a 24-hour. Like they trucked in the herd the day before, and this was at the end of the next day, the following day, where it was only
So,
like
like,
1 or 2 acres or something.
So the time span was like what, like a couple hours, perhaps, like 18 hours or something? Or
Yeah,
like,
but also like they fence all these goats in with electric netting. They'll set up like a mile's worth of netting. So it's like it's just it's really
Was it
weird.
skinned
And
in
then
a
they
way
say,
that was it
it's just the
skinned in a way
way
that was impossible to
the
do?
way you
Like,
describe it, like it was just the skin, like that's weird, yeah. Because if like an animal killed it, there'd be like
oh no, it
shit
was
left,
surgical,
right?
completely
Yeah.
surgical. And the only way that I can think of that I didn't see the actual pelt, but I don't know if it was cut in a way that it was like would be considered impossible, because I'm already like it's impossible for that to have just been there by itself, fresh, by the way, fresh, right? He said it was right next to the water tank that had been parked on the property previous to prior to them getting there. So like they did a load in where like they brought like 2,500 gallons of water for them to like irrigate for the animals, and they dropped that there. And then the next day they come and bring the animals,
Yeah.
and they said it. He said it was right next to the water tank, and it's like I don't know, man. Like when I was a kid, we had a cat mangler in our neighborhood, and this whoever was doing this would like capture cats, mutilate them, and like leave their carcasses on people's doorsteps, like pretty seemingly kind of random. But that's just kind of what it reminded me of. Except, he's in the middle of nowhere, so whose doorstep was it? Or like what kind of message is that sending? It's just
Yeah.
fucking bizarre, dude.
Maybe.
Super bizarre.
Yeah. That is weird. I would definitely keep my eye open though.
Yeah.
Because what if you have like
Yeah.
a disgruntled worker or something? It's like fucking with your shit. Never know too. But it could be
dude, it for one person by themselves to kill and skin a 160 170 pound goat we're talking about the heat of summer, or like the end of summer, without any like trees to hang the goat up. I mean, that is just a difficult process. I've only skinned an animal ever when I had access to a winch. It's hanging in front of me. Like I got a blood bucket underneath and everything. It's like to do that. That's just it doesn't make sense. And the people out there that are running, like that are shepherding those herds, they are already working their asses off. So I don't know. Just another one. Just chuck another story into the bucket, right?
Yeah, it's one
The
of those
weird
like
shit that's going
weird.
on.
There's reports of the things like that happening in Central America and South America with like farmers. They would call they didn't know what it was. Some thought it was like some creature.
Yeah, in Mexico they'll say that the chupacabra
Right.
comes and sucks the blood out of animals. But we have a lot. There's a lot more, written accounts in very recent history of these animal mutilations, and there is a common thread. A lot of times, the animal it seems as if it has been placed there. There are no tracks leading to that area. The cuts that are made wherever they are surgical. And when they've been examined by veterinarians, there's like, they're asking the vet, how would you make this cut? What kind of tool would you use? They have no idea. A lot of times the animals are cut in the same places, and it's like the genitals, the udders, and the eyes. It's weird. Like whoever or whatever's doing it, they seem to want to leave the animal where it will be found instead of just having it disappear. Which, if I was going to kidnap your dog or like your pet and do something horrible to it, like if I wanted to add insult to injury, if it wasn't just about hurting the animal, but it was about getting to you, I would then produce that animal for you. I would put it somewhere where you're going to find it to fuck with you. And that's it. I can't think of any other reason why they're being found like this. Maybe a warning? I don't know.
I'm sure sometimes it could be like a predator, but sometimes there's those that are like unexplained, like the fucking. It's like you said, surgical. It's like what the fuck killed this thing, right? Because when it's like a predator, there's usually more evidence of that.
Yeah, all the cases that I've looked at, it's about 99% chance that it's not predation, not animal predation. And another thing too, since I've looked into these, not all of them are happening in rural areas on farms. Sometimes they're happening to people's house pets in cities. Like there was this one I heard from I think it was like somewhere in London. Somebody had a beagle that was just outside in their little square backyard, and they come outside and like half the dog has been cut away. And like the organs are like visible, and it's like a complete like a square cut in the side of the dog. And they had to like take the dog to go get put down. And the vet is like, "What did this to this dog?" And they're like, "We have no idea." There's a guy who he covers these cases, and people write into him all the time of like firsthand accounts or just saying, "Oh, this happened to my grandfather," or whatever. And man, there are just so many people that have had weird stuff happen to them, but they don't tell anybody about it. And even if they were to tell, your average person about it, they'd probably fucking think they were, cuckoo or something.
Yeah. Like you said, they don't want to if it's a farmer, they don't want to people to have rumors about their farm or like people stop buying and
Yeah.
it's bad for business, so they just keep it shut. Nothing happened.
Yep. I mean, I've even seen farmers get protective like that when just one of their cows has mastitis, and it's like they're like they don't want the customers to know. They get super protective, and it's not even like a weird thing that's happened. But it's like animals are like people; they get sick sometimes. Sometimes there's nothing that can be done.
What type of predators do you guys get in those areas? Is there like coyotes and like wolves and shit?
Mountain lions, coyotes, bears, um, bobcats. I believe that I have seen a coy wolf, which is a coyote mixed with a wolf, because this thing was too big to
Are
be a
those
coyote.
rare?
Yeah, they are rare in California. Some people might even say that they don't exist in California, but I think they do. Like, dude, I saw a black panther, like a fucking
What the fuck?
not in California. I was on the
Florida?
border of North Carolina and Virginia, driving with my buddy at like 3 in the morning. This fucking thing jumped across a 2-lane highway in one leap and was like from head to tail, from front of the head to the end of the tail. It almost covered the whole 2 lanes. It was crazy, dude.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. I mean, I literally cannot think of anything else that it could have been. It was like that classic, like Puma, like the Puma logo. Like, yeah, dude, just like an outline of that. I'll admit it was 3 in the morning. It was dark. We were on country roads, but it wasn't no fucking deer. That's for sure. I don't know anything else that could leap across a road like that. And the last few days, I keep telling myself we're due for like a happening in the news. It's been too quiet.
It has been quiet.
So
It's
I
good
feel
when
like,
it's quiet, though.
oh, I know. We're not like people aren't screaming about like abortion. So nice.
Nice and peaceful. No crazy event.
Yeah, but we're so due. It's just that's how they run the world. They just keep everybody fucking spinning about the current thing. Like, what are people's profile pictures right now? Are they still Ukrainian flags? Like, that's so old. Jesus. Sorry. Somebody literally almost fucking Priuses, dude. Sorry if anybody here drives a Prius. I hope I didn't offend you.
I am unoffended.
You drive a Prius? That's cool, dude.
No, I don't drive a Prius, but I'm also unoffended.
Okay, cool. I have kind of a big car, and he's just like hanging in my blind spot, and like I know he's there, and I've got my blinker on, and there's I need to get over. So he's got to do something. He didn't want to do it. Gas is so expensive. You expect me? I'm already going 65. You want me to accelerate more? This is crazy. Hey, has a cat named All Glory to the Most High been coming around here?
He has he's been on and off of the server for months. Yeah, he's been on it a couple times. He's had a couple sock accounts.
Oh, is he getting banned like for acting all crazy?
Not really. Well, he hold on a second.
Yeah. Go for it. I'm trying to make a subject out of it.
I got you. Yeah. No, I've actually he does have some like him and I actually resonate on like spirituality in certain ways. Like when I've had some conversations with him, I've actually he's got some good information in some of that. Like it seems like in some of those combos, like I resonated with some of his thoughts on some of those topics.
Yeah, my impression is that they just recently realized like a small fraction of how much we're being lied to and how much everything is bullshit. He's literally like falling down the rabbit hole right now, just absolutely free falling, and it's a tough place to be. Like being young and realizing that there's a shit ton of lies. Like you're definitely going to fall for some stuff. You're going to be angry. Everybody's going to be pretty much everyone is a shill. I remember when I first was on 24/7, dude, everybody. I thought everybody was a shill, and I don't even need to name names because I can just literally see like everybody except for like 3 people who I've like met in real life off the server. But yeah, dude, it's crazy. It'll do weird things to you. You know that one time I live streamed that SpaceX rocket? Every
Yeah.
time I every time I drive past it, I think it would be really funny if somebody, definitely not me, but if somebody like did some graffiti on it and I was just I it's not hard.
They had security though there. They were watching, I remember.
Yeah, but they're not always there. And I'm sure if somebody was going to do that, they would be able to run very fast and have like a quick getaway. But I'm just curious, like, what would be the funniest thing to see spray painted on the Falcon 9 rocket, hypothetically speaking? I was thinking fake X.
Oh, you cut out.
Oh shit, they're already beaming me. I said I was thinking fake X. Am I still cutting out?
Yeah, they are fake AF. Yeah, they're fake X. They're fake AF. Oh man, it's just a bad version of a rebranding of NASA, just to sell to the people, just to keep them even interested in just the story that's going nowhere. Like it's amazing that people can't that like aren't aware of that. You know, it is wild. I mean, just the way deception works. It's like, but I guess it would be like if somebody like did like a what's it called, like a copy, like a remake of like artwork or something, and if it looked pretty good, then maybe people would just kind of go with it. I don't even think what they're doing looks good, but I guess the rockets, I guess, are kind of fancy. The way they shoot up in the air, I guess, but that's about it.
The fucking space wieners, the flying flaming wieners.
Yep, the flying phallic, flying phallic fuckery, whatever they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as somebody who likes to pull pranks, I know an elaborate prank when I see one, and the whole like wieners to Mars thing is definitely, wieners to the moon.
It's just all the red flags are going off.
Dude, yeah. Look, okay, do you remember when Halley Bopp comet passed Earth? And it was kind of like a big deal?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, my parents pranked me when that happened. They put a fucking tinfoil hat on my head and sent me out onto the front lawn to like watch the aliens landing. And I'm just like on the front lawn with tinfoil on my head. I'm like before I was 10 years old. And they're just like, I remember them just like dying of laughing. And I was like, that was the first time I'd ever been pranked, was like about a space thing happening. So that probably led to some of my skepticism. But I know when I'm being pranked, and I definitely feel like that. They're like, okay, yeah, we'll tell them that. Like, you guys remember the older rockets that would have like the two like elongated like balls along the side, like as like the thruster rocket, the thrusters, and then you have the actual rocket, and then they like break off. I don't know. It's just flying wieners. Pretty obvious.
Yeah. Dead giveaway. Flying red wieners to Mars. I mean, what are they even doing? It's just oof. If they made up that there's planets floating in the sky and then made up a bunch of CGI and stories about sending something to this rock in the sky, and they claim that they sent humans to the moon and that humans were standing upside down anti-polar to the earth, but they never panned the camera up to look at the earth while they were on the moon. It should have been this huge circular, like it would have been 4 times the way that the moon appears in our sky. The earth would look 4 times larger than our moon. So imagine a moon, like a moon times 4, and it would be the earth, and it would be directly above you on the moon. They never showed that. It's like fourth and fifth.
You know what's another? Sorry, go ahead.
How's it going?
Oh, hey, what's up, Flatoid?
Good himself. I'm saying, shouldn't you also be able to see satellites between the Earth and the Moon?
Yep, that too. Absolutely. There'd be a ton of them going by. Yeah, you would see like a sea of satellites. Because what do they say? There's 20,000 of them? I don't know what the current number is they claim.
I think it's more than that.
You don't think you can see some?
No, you can. I've seen them up there. I know they're up there. They're just not that far away, I don't think.
Well, it looks like right now they're claiming 4,550, although that was just the first YouTube search that I did. Or not YouTube, but Google search. This one says 6,500.
Yeah, there's probably some in orbits that you can't see, right? Where you're at. Or like, I'm just saying, just a thought.
But you would see the ISS though, would you not?
If you were on the moon?
Yeah, you should be able to see it quite easily.
The satellites?
The
Or
ISS.
the ISS. Whoa.
Has SpaceX done any manned space flights, or they're just completely unmanned?
That's a good question.
Because I think, I don't know. If I was Elon Musk and I started SpaceX, I think I would want to be the first thing to go into space. Not a fucking hot rod car, not a dildo robot to some other place. Like, I would want to go up there. So that's just very suspicious to me.
The problem is he doesn't even want to go up. He hasn't even got a...
Yeah, that's fucking
He wouldn't-
asinine. He started
risk
a multi-billion-dollar company to get to space, but then he says, "Oh, but I don't want to go." Like, what the fuck, dude? That was the final frontier. This is like,
look at
this
guys
is big.
that have great... Yeah, look at guys who create their own businesses. Let's like say someone has a shipyard and they build yachts and things for it. The boss obviously has a yacht because it's part of his passion, so he climbs on the yacht. He builds a multi-billion-dollar rocket company to go to space, and he doesn't even want to go to space. How does that work?
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm glad that I'm not the only person that sees that.
What's the flight, the space flight that they're doing that Blue Origin's also doing? Can't look it up because I'm in a game right now, but I'm trying to.
I don't know what it's called, but I know that Virgin
But he
Galactic
went on
is
that.
also...
He went on the space
Yeah, that...
flight.
Okay, that's just like a very...
the tourist one, right? The one that
son of a bitch.
supposedly for tourism and like only billionaires can afford right now. But he went on that.
Yeah, I met somebody who went to Russia to take a very high altitude flight, and he's fucking goes around saying that he's been to space, but I mean, I call bullshit, honestly. Just because you went high up in a plane, that doesn't mean you went to space. Dude, I just spilled my grinder, and there's weed everywhere. This is so
Oh,
frustrating.
that's the worst.
Yeah, this dude, I stopped using grinders for like 7 years because I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm never going to spill a grinder again if I just don't use them. But it's all good. You know what I forgot about is that America has a $2 bill, and you can just go to the bank and get them.
Yeah, you can get a bunch.
Yeah, I have a bunch of $2 bills. I used to get them as gifts from like old people when I was a kid.
I might go get some.
Yeah, dude, why not? Give them to your kids or something. Yeah, that's kind of funny. I just realized that about Elon. He created a company to go to space, but doesn't want to go to space. And then he created another company that supposedly makes cars that run off electricity when we get a majority of our electricity from fossil fuels. That's fucking hilarious. What a fucking charlatan.
You just use it for the money, man.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard rumors that like Tesla's fucking broke though. They don't actually make that much money.
But they had a lot of subsidies, and they're beating quarterly like productions. So
Yeah, but if they're just like, okay, if money can just be printed out of thin air and they can essentially control when the next crash happens, it doesn't mean shit to be rich unless
you know
you're
what's
in the
fucked with
club.
some of these companies? Some of them are not making money. They're worth billions just because there's a value to them, even though they're
Yeah.
not profitable.
Yep. Super fucked.
Literally out of thin air.
What do you guys think about most major diseases being caused not by like viruses but by parasites?
Yep, that's a big field. Parasitology and the actual conspiratorial truth of what's going on that level. Yeah, it's deep. Yep, they have all these like I don't know what we can say on the old stream here.
Yeah.
We might have to slip into the Telegram, but I guess I'll have to
Yeah.
But yeah, for as an anti-parasitic, also iboga, which is the root bark from Africa. It's a very, very powerful visionary plant. That one actually even transcends the ayahuasca in certain ways. Iboga is like even more able to get to the core of a lot of the physical causes of very deep health issues.
Well, one thing that I've heard is that sometimes when people are trying to get rid of parasites in their bodies, they will successfully kill off a wave of the adult parasite, and in the death throes of the parasite, as the body decomposes in your body, it releases all this bacteria, which exacerbates all the bad effects. And so people will like stop taking whatever they were taking to get rid of the parasite, and that it'll kill the adults, but it won't kill the juveniles or the eggs. And so then the symptoms will go down, but the parasite will still be there. So it's like, sounds like it's pretty hard to get rid of these things, but that's cool about the flame. I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah, I would say the three most potent ways to get rid of some of those very deep things, also infections as well, certain forms of infections. Ayahuasca, iboga. There's a third one called combo. It's comes from a frog, a tree frog in the Amazon. I don't know if you've ever heard about it or know about it. It's very different than ayahuasca and iboga. It's much shorter lasting, and it's usually more physical. It's not necessarily like visionary for, usually, although people can have visions on it. But the combo is incredible for really getting to the root. It has these peptides in it that actually like strengthen and rebuild the immune system. It also purges out everything from parasites, infections, toxins, even things like fungal infections. It's like all these things play a role. Like there's fungal infections and parasites. There's like all these different things, and then they create these biofilms in the body, and they try to block the body from absorbing nutrition while simultaneously toxifying the body. It's pretty intense shit.
It is. It is. And if you think about it, like, okay, if parasites are causing most of the problems that people are having, where, if they could just find one solution to the parasite, they take that and their problems are over. But if the parasite, if they're going to be told that, oh, there's nothing you can do about it, but you can take these, 7 different medications to treat 7 different symptoms, that person's health has now become a subscription, right? They have to subscribe in order to like live and stay healthy, and whoever's making all these different medications is going to benefit. And so I was asking a buddy of mine, he's a veterinarian, and I was like, so what is the most common way for an animal to get a parasite? And he said for an animal to eat a bug, because bugs are full of parasites. And right now we're living in a world where they're telling us to eat bugs, right? And what are the what am I trying to say here? What are the the safety regulations? How do they regulate whether or not the bugs have parasites in them and stuff? Like, if a cow has parasites, you'd like to think that they're not going to chop that up, and that meat's not going to end up in a grocery store. But we know it does. There's mad cow disease and E. coli and all kinds of gross shit. So it's interesting that they're saying, oh, eat the bugs, and my buddy's telling me like, yeah, you want to get a parasite, eat bugs.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. And a lot of the anti-parasite herbs are really just not potent enough to deal with some of these fucking freak biological creatures we're dealing with at this point. So things like wormwood, I mean, those herbs are good and they can help. It's like you have to actually get to the core of it. Like you were saying, there's like It's pretty nasty. These things, they create like an army
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
your body. So it's like there's like the host or the parent thing, and then it's always creating this like army of other shit that's trying to fuck shit up. So some of those herbs like can help like, lower that effect, but not necessarily get to the core of it. And this goes into the deeper in the question, what actually are they and how are they connected to people's psyches? Because I could tell you from like the work with ayahuasca and iboga, for many people, like if they're really working on deep healing, there's usually more to it than just the physical, like it's usually like physical, mental, spiritual, mind, body, spirit. It's like they're all interconnected, which is interesting.
Yeah, if you look at toxoplasmosis, that's a brain parasite that humans get from being into close contact with like cats. The cats get it from mice, and that has psychological effects on humans. Some of the places in the world where toxoplasmosis is most common. Actually, here I'm going to go onto the Wikipedia and just give it to you from their words, so it doesn't seem like I'm trying to say anything weird. Okay. Toxoplasmosis is a parasitic disease caused by Toxoplasma gondii. Infections with toxoplasmosis are associated with a variety of neuropsychiatric and behavioral conditions. Occasionally, people may have a few weeks of a mild flu or flu-like illnesses, muscle aches, and tender lymph nodes. In a small number of people, eye problems may develop. Those with a weak immune system can have seizures. If a person becomes infected during pregnancy, congenital toxoplasmosis may affect the child. But I want to read the part where it says about the neurological stuff. Okay, here's another part. Up to half of the world's population is infected with toxoplasmosis but have no symptoms. In the United States, approximately 11% of people have been infected, while in some areas of the world, this is more than 60%. Damn, it's not talking about the part where like there's like subtle behavioral changes that occur in the people who have this, where like they become more promiscuous and aggressive. But yeah, pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's even much deeper components to what really is going on than just like the word parasite. And I know you're probably thinking of a lot of the same things I am too, even beyond that. But if we just use that word in general, it's pretty wild to think that if somebody or some entity, some being was able to, let's say, fabricate that thing, make it, channel it from another dimension, whatever it may be, and unleash it into the human population, that if people don't know what it is or don't have very much knowledge, there's not actual research towards that. Meanwhile, it's causing diseases. Then in that scenario, they're creating toxins, agents, basically, that cause chronic diseases that need to be treated by the toxic pharmaceuticals.
Can you say that last part one more time?
It's like problem, reaction, solution at the most extreme level. They're creating to create agents, toxins, whatever it may be, parasites and things that cause chronic health problems, which they then don't diagnose as being that thing, but instead they diagnose it with some other theory, like, oh, it's just your genetics or whatever. They blame it on your genetics. And then now they tell you have this disease, and then they want to treat you with some pharmaceutical pill that you have to take every day for the rest of your life. And then those just cause more problems in the future.
Absolutely, absolutely. And to add like another crazy layer on it, like when you have an animal that has a parasite, it doesn't matter how much clean air, clean water, and good food that you give it. That's just going to increase the amount of nutrition that it can get from its host. You know, like you need to do something. You need to find a way to kill that parasite. So like a lot of times when they're saying like, oh yeah, people just have a healthy diet and just like buy organic or whatever, or like try this new fad diet out. It's like it's sick. It's sickening, especially if like the problems that people are having are being caused by a parasite, and like they're just going out and spending a shit ton of money on clean food, which is good, but it's not helping them. Like they don't know what's wrong with them.
Yeah, it's a huge business, and it's crazy, really. But yeah, I mean, as far as I know, like you might need, to really get rid of these things. You sometimes you got to bring out the big guns. I think when it comes to nature, there's kind of like different octaves of medicines in nature. There's like the sort of like introductory or like lower level medicinal plants. There's like intermediary. There's like a whole spectrum. But when it comes to some of these issues that people are dealing with in today's time, it's like you gotta, in some cases, pull out, the most potent uh, expression of nature. I'd also love to see research done like with something like ayahuasca, where like in microdosing it, what effects that has on things like parasites. I know it does help. It absolutely does in microdosing. What I'm saying is I'd like to see some like placebo double blind, that kind of thing where like because it'd be cool to see which ones it gets rid of or just which health issues resolve over what amount of time. There is something to be said for drinking a full dose of it, and because if you're really trying to like get to the like kill a parasite, like a really core one, at the depths, or one that's like in the like a brain parasite, things like that. Because there's also parasites that live in the brain too, and talk about how that can affect your mind. Like the parasite itself is actually in your neuronal system. So I think doing like a full dose to really, have like really deep cleanse is but even at microdose level, it's going to at least start breaking down the biofilms and starting to get to weaken it as well. So that's a way that people could use it where they don't have to have like a full blown experience where they're like possibly purging or having like powerful visions. That may not be for everyone at that level, but even just microdosing it, um, for people that don't want to have that full experiential part, I would just love to see that the kind of studies on that.
Do you have access to ayahuasca here in the States? Is that something you want to talk about on stream or?
Right. as well. And yeah, anytime for sure. But I was just gonna say, there's something about with ayahuasca in particular that doing it in South America is really ideal. There's something about like the ether there, the energy there, that somehow the ayahuasca spirit is like in its home. Like that's where it grows, of course, like in the Amazon. The vine, this vine, that big thick vine that grows up the side of these huge trees. That's the actual ayahuasca vine, and then the leaf as well, which contains the DMT and other alkaloids too. But those both grow in South America, in the jungle and all that. So there's something about doing it there where it's like it's like in its home base in terms of its frequency. So like I would say ultimately for the deepest healing and most profound transcendental experiences, and also just like the most like doctoring medicinal experience would always be, in South America in that sense. But even doing it outside of South America, it can still be very potent and very healing. It doesn't quite have the same quintessence, like quintessence. What's that word?
Quintessential.
Quintessential, yeah. Quintessence, something like that. Quintessence. No, but I was kind of thinking of a quintessential, like you were saying. Yeah.
I know what you mean. I mean, yeah, I'm a dual citizen with Brazil, so I go down there when I want.
Oh, nice. Well, it's totally legal there. I mean, full on. Like as far as I don't think ayahuasca has any legal restrictions anywhere in the entire continent of South America that I'm aware of. I'm pretty sure it's just it's totally just available, legal. I mean, the people even have it at farmers markets. You'll have a bottle of it there you could buy. Not to say that that's like even the real deal, or that's really a good idea just to buy it from a farmers market. But I'm just saying it's like that level of legal in South America.
Yeah, no, I'm looking for like some people that know what they're doing, that are experienced with the substance, that are close to the source, or at least close enough to guarantee that it's nothing, no funny business. Yeah, I'm on my own little journey right now. I think I'm dealing with a parasite, and it's been a long journey. It's been almost 4 years.
Platypus, are you in Southern California?
Yeah, I am.
So am I.
It streams up, guys.
If you figure out wherever Geo, we'll have to communicate or something. What area? I'm in Irvine.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm just a little bit north of you.
But it's just like if we're gonna talk about details and whatnot. But I just turned it back on. What was I gonna say? With ayahuasca in particular, somebody who is serving the medicine to either individuals or to groups, either small groups or large groups. There's something about with ayahuasca in particular where technically anybody could serve it. I mean, technically anyone could just figure out how to make it and then serve it. But somebody who really has done a lot of the medicine work themselves to the point to where the ayahuasca spirit itself has like fully connected with them and even imbued like knowledge or different healing capacities and understanding of how to host the ceremonies. Like the ayahuasca itself, like is a teacher in a certain sense and can help actually share knowledge. And in a way, when the ayahuasca has connected with someone to that level, like the idea of them being a shaman, or they call it a curandero in South America as well. Curandero, which is a male and female version. And of course, there's that word shaman as well. But there's a way in which the ayahuasca spirit will actually kind of imbue that person with the kind of blessing and the capacities to actually serve the medicine, with the ayahuasca spirit being present to support it. It's almost like the ayahuasca spirit is sort of like, affirming and confirming their ability to carry the medicine with integrity. And then the ayahuasca spirit will work through that person and through the group in a very healing, beautiful way. So that's where like having someone that is kind of the real deal in that sense, somebody that really is, if you want to say like selected in a sense by the ayahuasca spirit to actually serve the medicine, to be a protector of it and a guardian of it in that sense, is then somebody who is serving it in that highest vibration, and that one that is actually supported by the ayahuasca spirit. So in that sense, I would just say it's key to always work with, if you're going to work with a group, to work with someone that has that. And of course, having the discernment and ability to know whether they do or not. Because there's other like people that will not actually be that, and they'll actually like mix other plants with it, or they'll use it in like a way that's more like sorcery instead of shamanism, like either for like money gain or for some kind of, I don't know, there's definitely corrupt stuff out there that isn't the real deal in that sense. So yeah, somebody that actually kind of is like, in a sense, kind of selected and actually working with the ayahuasca spirit, then there'll be that kind of full protection.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Hey, Platypus, what was that stuff you said you were taking recently? Blue something?
Yeah, I've been for the last almost 3 weeks taking ivermectin and methylene blue
Why the ivermectin?
because I have a medical condition that the doctors are like, they have no idea what's wrong with me.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I've been tested for a lot of stuff. Thought I had cancer for a while, and yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out pretty much on my own right now
Oh,
because the
dude.
doctors don't seem to be helping at all.
Yeah, it's just between you and I as friends, and I'm in no way like outwardly publicly recommending anyone do anything in whatever, in that sense. But just from what you've been saying, bro, like, yeah, if you feel drawn to work with ayahuasca in that sense, like just from what I just heard you just say right there, that there could be some profound blessings there if you feel called to do that work and are able to have the synchronicities and everything come together to support that. That would be beautiful to see, man, because yeah, that's what I was kind of saying before. Like, I think a lot of these conditions and issues people are dealing with are very hard to get at, basically, and there's like CBD can be potent, but of course it has its limitations. It can't really do everything. But I think things like ayahuasca and also iboga and also peyote, some of these medicines are on a whole nother octave, even beyond CBD, to be able to get to the core and root of what you were describing, in potential, potentially get to the root of what something that seems almost unresolvable and is very challenging, something very deep. Because I mean, ayahuasca has the capacity; it can go through the body. It can literally like heal your genetics, cleanse out. It's like taking an internal shower. Like you can get to the root of like so many different. I mean, I've seen so many people have profound resolutions of just lifelong chronic illnesses, diseases. There's even been like mainstream reports, not mainstream, but I mean, well-known reports of people who had like stage 5 cancer, like actually diagnosed, and they were like, their doctor told them like, boom, you're, stage 4, stage 5, like you're going to die really soon and all that. And some of these people, they like went to South America, drank ayahuasca like every other day for like a month, you know, so like 15 ceremonies, and just came back like looking 10 years younger, cancer completely gone, had energy. They were up and at 'em, their health, like literally just a completely new person. And the doctor, like, you know, wrote on their file, you know, like South American medicine question mark, you know, like literally like he hadn't even heard of it. He didn't even know what it was, but he, you know, the actual diagnosis of the cancer was completely gone.
For the sake of your live stream, this is not medical advice.
Yeah, and I don't know if this will get us busted. I don't know. I guess we have to do our best, but yeah. I mean, that's just true. I mean, ayahuasca there's no question that if you even just Google like ayahuasca when cancer, there's actually like PubMed studies that at least in vitro, they've been able to have it. They've shown that it actually does kill cancer cells, and that it actually also regenerates neurons in the brain. And that's like right on PubMed. So it's pretty mainstream in that way.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, platypus, what you were describing, I mean, if you care to share more, you know, but yeah, I mean, it sounds like if it is something chronic like that, yeah, it'd be amazing to see what would happen if you felt called to work with the medicine in that way, and whether you could resolve it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I have had zero desire to ever do ayahuasca. Just like from like what I said earlier, like I took a large dose of mushrooms when I was younger, and I saw some crazy stuff and good. I have no desire to like ever trip that hard ever again. But when you said tonight that people are using it to get rid of parasites, I mean, I immediately just started looking into it, and there's a lot of evidence that yeah, that's what's happening. So I am 100% down. Like that's like I will try anything because it's yeah, I'm not having fun right now.
Yeah, I feel you for sure.
Did you get blood tests done just to see if everything's normal?
Yeah, I've been in and out of the hospital for like 4 years.
And everything's normal, like blood, everything.
The only thing that they can find that's wrong with me is that I have 3 times the antibody count of a normal human. Which like they see that in like cancer patients or like people with diseases that like where they're dying.
Wow. So it could be even lead to something more. Well, I guess I don't know everything that you're going through, but yeah, it does sound like urgent in that sense. Or important that you want to figure it out. Yeah. I was just reminiscing today, dude. A friend of mine, she died like in 2020, and I knew that she died, of course, years ago, and I mourned it at the time. But I just was on Facebook and I saw the post of it again. For some reason, I came across like her memorial post. It made me think of her again. It's so sad. She just had so much like vibrancy and just so much
What did she die of?
confidence, and just such an amazing person. Well, she got like it was like a rare like blood cancer.
Oh, fuck.
I forget the name of it.
Yeah.
And yeah,
blood cancer or whatever it's called. Yeah. That one's rough.
But I was gonna say, in terms of the mushroom thing, yeah, mushrooms can be pretty wild. You know, like they can. The experience you described, like a high dose. I mean, I do see mushrooms as a sacred medicine, but they're also a little bit, like unbridled and kind of overwhelming, and they don't really have as much like intelligence on like deeper levels of what you really need for healing. You know, like they are a little bit more wild, a little bit more, kind of unbridled in their effect. Yeah, they can be sometimes a little harsh for people. It depends on the strain, and it depends on how much you take and all that. Whereas something like with ayahuasca, it's like it totally knows what you need, and it has this whole nother level of like a intelligence to it. So like if you need a gentle experience, it'll be very gentle. Like there's many people at doing ayahuasca ceremonies where they have what could be considered like a very mild experience. Like they don't even necessarily like they drink the same amount as everyone else, or even sometimes they have more. Like they drink a second cup or even a third cup, within that ceremony. So they still even drink a lot, but it's like the ayahuasca knows exactly what they need. So like if you need, visions or purging or quietness, whatever you may need, it has this like incredibly nourishing, like motherly, supportive component to it. And it seems like it never brings up any more than what you're ready to handle. Whereas mushrooms, like a high dose of mushrooms, yeah, that can be pretty overwhelming. But with ayahuasca, like it always will, it seems to work with people in a way that always is like very gentle and very kind of gets to know you in a sense, and you get to know it. And it just seems to reveal itself to people in a way that's so like nourishing and never like destabilizing. It's like the opposite of destabilizing. Like it actually stabilizes you more in your being and in your heart, and gives you more understanding of how to move forward in a way that's in a positively transformative way.
Hey, Flat, you tried the Zapper?
Your mic's cutting out.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Oh, have you tried the Zapper by Hulda Clark? Or there's a bunch of different versions of it. It's like a thing you put on your ankle or your wrist, and it gives you like a pulsating electromagnetic shock, basically, like a small one through your body. It's for parasites.
No, I've never heard of it.
Oh, okay, I'll send you.
It's called the Zapper. So yeah, I guess I just said all that platypus just to say that, like, because the way you were describing it, where you said you did have like a really high dose experience on mushrooms and it was a bit intense, and so I could understand like your hesitation, like, of wanting to perhaps go there again, if that's the case. And is that kind of what you were saying?
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely not looking for an experience like that. But from what you described, like the way you describe mushrooms being sort of unbridled, like I totally know what you mean by that. So if you're saying that ayahuasca is not that, that definitely calms my my nerves.
Yeah. Well, I would say what's unique with ayahuasca is that it can be very, very potent, like full blown visions, like the DMT that's in the leaf, the chacruna leaf, becomes orally active when you consume it, when it's mixed with the vine. And so yeah, I mean, in a full dose that's like fully kicked in that sense, yeah, it can be a fully visionary experience with DMT, and the other alkaloids. So it can be profound. I mean, even at the highest levels, like interdimensional travel, profound levels of like telepathy, psychic understandings of things, knowledge, being able, like, even people have time travel experiences, other dimensional, but not in the same. See, that's another thing about unbridled. Like smoking DMT is very unbridled and is totally different. I'm talking about DMT with ayahuasca, which is totally protected and beautiful and has a whole guiding support to it. So it's very different in that sense. But I'm just saying, like a high dose, a good full high dose of ayahuasca, if it's really, because the plant medicine kind of decides whether it turns on or not. So it's like it kind of, it regulates that, it seems. And you do have to have a sufficient dose, of course, as well, if you want to have that full high dose experience. But like I said, for some people, like in this, like if there's like a group of 20 people and they all drink roughly the same amount, there is a little bit in like body weight or whatever, but not necessarily for this medicine. That's not even a big part of it. There can be a huge guy that drinks 1 cup and he has a really powerful experience. Somebody else that's much thinner maybe has 2 cups and their experience is a little bit different. And so there's just a way in which like it brings you what you need in that sense. And there are a lot of people that have like just a very mild experience where even though, well, the actual experience part of it was mild during it, but then like the positives may even come like in the later hours of the experience, or even like the next day, like they'll have like a very deep, like an energetic shift, almost like a bass tone on a bass guitar. You know, it's like it plucked some kind of string in their soul that was like a deeper bass tone that caused actually a really significant shift for them. But the actual experience itself was not necessarily, you know, fireworks and visions. So it's really fascinating how it works like that.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested. Funny how the switch can just change like that. Because it would kind of make sense that if like you're going to take a substance that's going to physically rid parasites of your body, that there's going to be an intense metaphysical effect, you know, with that. That totally translates to for me.
Yeah. And if you are dealing with a parasite or some real physical stuff, if you were to begin working with it, you know, regularly, you know, once a week or twice a week, or you were to do a series of 6 or 8 sessions or whatever it may be, whatever you would decide, I would say that, especially if you haven't worked with it in the past, usually like when people work with it a lot and they do all the purging, they get to a point where they really don't purge anymore because they've like cleansed their, you know, they don't really need purging. So that's another thing. Like not everybody purges. But if you're dealing with something physical of a health situation and so on, and if you haven't done it before, because there's always kind of a surface level that the ayahuasca starts getting out of people's bodies, toxins, heavy metals, you know, stuff that comes from the jabs, for example, that stuff all needs to be pulled out of the bloodstream as well. So yeah, you probably will have purging if you were to be working with it. Which I don't really find that unpleasant, not with ayahuasca. Like basically there's like the vomit purge, which is very different than like, sorry if I'm going on too long, I'll stop because unless you want
No, please. I do. I want to hear it.
But like so there's like the vomit purging, there's the diarrhea purging, and then there's like the sweating sometimes, or even like breathing. Sometimes sweating can be a version of a purge, or even like yawning, believe it or not, is a version of a purge, to yawn. But anyways, the vomit one, like, yeah, if people have, you know, people probably have, you know, vomiting if you're sick with the flu, or if you drink alcohol and it's just terrible and it feels terrible. Well, I'm not saying that purging on ayahuasca feels great or anything, because it is still purging, but there's something very cathartic about it, very releasing. It's actually amazing. It's like beautiful, really. And it's very organic and natural. And I mean, it's hard to say that it's pleasant in that sense, but the fact that it is so cleansing, and it can be retching, no doubt. It can be intense, but I'm just saying it's very different. Like, because you're not vomiting because it took in a toxin. You're actually vomiting because the medicine is activating that feature in your body that allows you to get toxins out. It's just activating that. So it's sort of like the experience of it is usually whatever you're purging. And so a lot of people even have the experience where it feels like they're purging, and they're like literally like purging out their depression, or they're purging out their disease, or whatever it may be. And so in that way, it's like actually quite cathartic. And same with the diarrhea thing. A lot of us have bad memories of diarrhea, like, oh, like you're all sick, or you have a parasite or whatever it may be that's causing that, or you ate something bad. But with the ayahuasca, it's actually like, it's just very cathartic, and it has this very organic feeling. And it's like you're getting out stuff that you need to get out. And there's just this intuitive, organic understanding of that. And so, like I said, yeah, I'm not saying it's like pleasant in that way. Some people do have experience that it's pleasant, but yeah, if you were to begin working with it, that is very, like, it may not happen on your first experience, may not even happen on your second, third, or fourth, if you were to work with it in that sense. But most likely there will be some. There usually is for everyone if you continue working with it.
Interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, I've like sat through 6-hour CAT scans with the fucking, you know, the dye going through my veins, and a fucking, you know,
Oof.
I've all got needles and shit out of. Yeah, dude, I've gone through crazy, crazy shit at the hospital. Getting my blood drawn every single time I go.
I gotta get my blood drawn. I haven't gotten my blood drawn in like 12 years.
Dude, I'm a fucking pro at getting my blood drawn.
Oh. Yeah, I gotta get my shit checked. Not 12 years, but it's been at least 8 or 9.
But yeah, man, I mean, if you're dealing with something deep like that, I guess I'm just inspired even talking with you about it. Cause like, if you feel drawn in that sense, it's just be a beautiful thing to see you be able to recover from what you're going through.
Dude, I mean, DM me whoever I got to talk to, email, call, whatever, and I will be happy to share with them, what I'm dealing with and exactly why I want to take it. And then if it's cool with them, great. I'll go where I need to go. I'll pay them for it,
Yeah, thankfully there is a lot of good. Well, it's not a lot in terms of what's really needed, but there definitely is. The work is happening. It has to, and it is protected and beautiful in that sense. And I think, just in my own personal viewpoint, for certain conditions, like I was saying before, like you kind of have to go to the big guns if you're going to do it with nature. If you're going to do it with pharmaceuticals or some other shit, I guess that's that's a whole different deal. But my understanding of it, like in terms of what if you're going to be able to actually heal naturally, like actually recover from, then yeah, it takes you got to bring out, in some cases, the really high octave, like the highest octave plants and medicines available on Earth. It's like you have to apply the right potency of medicine, it seems, for certain things. But yeah, I mean, there's groups that do like or there's people that do individuals, or sometimes they do like smaller ceremonies of like 2 or 3 people, and then other ones that do larger ceremonies, 20, 30 people, even bigger ones than that sometimes.
That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't even think that they would be doing it like with a group of people, but yeah, that doesn't bother me. Like I've done a lot of like workshops and stuff, like for permaculture and other like wellness stuff, like butchery. There's usually like a heavy spirituality theme, so like that's not new for me.
Yeah, another really potent thing in working with in ceremony is so the combo medicine that I mentioned, people often use in conjunction with ayahuasca ceremonies, and there seems to be a synergy between them that is absolutely incredible for physical health issues and for various things. Where generally, what like you do the ayahuasca, starting at, let's say, 8 or 9 p.m. and then go for 4 or 5 hours, and then maybe usually by 2, 3 in the morning, you can either stay in the ceremony space or go to your bed if you want and sleep a little bit and whatnot. And then usually when the sun comes up, if the group works with combo, or they have someone who's serving combo, when the sun comes up, they'll start doing the combo for people. And generally, like usually like one person goes at a time, maybe 2 at the same time, but combo is very intense. It only lasts for about 10, 15 minutes. There seems to be a synergy between the ayahuasca medicinal qualities of it and the whole experiential part of it as well. Where if you do combo either before the ayahuasca or after, usually you don't do it at the same time. Like if you're actually on the ayahuasca, you wouldn't really do combo in the middle of it. Virtually no one does that. You would just do it either before the ceremony or after. It's really best, I think, to do it after. So you already kind of have the ayahuasca in your system, and you kind of already are in that experience, or you've already, you're kind of in the afterglow, I should say, of the ayahuasca. And then they do the combo, and the combo can also have purging to it. You drink a lot of water before, and so usually the combo purge, it's one of the most amazing ones ever. It's just like turning on a water faucet. It's incredible. Like you got to drink a lot of water. You drink a lot of water before, not like an excessive amount, but you do drink a good amount of water. And so when you purge, it's just like opening a water faucet, and it's like green, like it's actually green and it's amazing. And it just, that one actually is pretty pleasant, I have to say. That some of those are just amazing. Like, and so yeah, so the combination of working with those two seems to have like a whole nother level, like a whole nother octave of healing capacities when it comes to some of the things people are dealing with, like deep inflammation, parasites, the biofilms, like I was saying, deep-seated infections that people have. Like there's a way in which the combo has these peptides in it that are like rebuilding to the immune system as well. So that's getting to, I mean, in my understanding, in terms of on Earth, like getting to some of the most potent levels of healing, of being able to resolve, some of these really, really chronic health conditions that people are dealing with. Like that's some of the deepest you can go in terms of that.
Yeah, man, I've been like journaling my whole experience with this, and like, it helps me kind of like look back and be like, all right, well, what was going on here, and what was I taking, and how did this affect me? How did that affect me? So it'd be really interesting as like a conclusion if the ayahuasca fucking finally does it.
Well, do you mind sharing, like, what are your like symptoms and things, or what are you, I mean, if you want to share it in that sense?
Yeah, I'm totally down to share them with you one on one sometime, but that's I really want to share it for everybody. No offense to everybody else. It's just like, you understand.
Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, bro. I mean, my heart goes out to you, and I mean, any ways that I can, be of support on your journey. And in my experience, like if someone feels called to work with ayahuasca, it seems to always find them. Like it kind of, if it's meant to come into your life, it will. And
Yeah, I hear that. That's actually like always kind of been a thing with me where it's like I don't like to go seek out, like when I was doing mushrooms and stuff, I wouldn't like go seek them out. But if they came across my path, I would be like, all right, well, there seems to be some fungus among us, so let's check it out. But I never really applied that to like, trying to heal myself.
yeah.
A bunch of stuff. Have you ever heard of Royal Human Rife?
Hey, news perspective. Just like your mic is totally out. Like it sounds like you're like 1,000 miles away in a tin can. Is there a way you can reboot it or something? Yeah, I mean, it's just sad that something like ayahuasca is not. I mean, oh my gosh, it's just so backwards. Like the real medicines that humans have been using for who knows how many millennia. I mean, the tradition of using ayahuasca goes back it's so old, so ancient. And I mean, they would use these medicines like, as like, their allies to keep strong, to keep healthy, to to cleanse, like psychologically and mentally, emotionally. I mean, for just thousands of years, who knows how long ultimately. It's just so sad that like the real mental health healers of nature are somehow shunned and attempted to be made illegal and whatnot. Meanwhile, they're just giving people Prozac and all these pharmaceuticals that just fuck with your brain and try to alter symptoms. Whereas ayahuasca actually gets to the root of whatever symptom or whatever trauma, whatever the trauma is, and actually resolves it. It's just so backwards the way that we have the system that sells us drugs just to treat it instead of actually getting to the root of it. Like, you should be able to do ayahuasca as part of your healthcare. I mean, that's what it's going to be in the future. I'm going to do everything I can to help support that, as well as many people are as well. So, I mean, not that it has to be paid for by your health insurance, but what I'm saying is I just think everybody, if they want to, should have the availability if they feel drawn to. You should be able to go to your local like healing center, and it doesn't have to be called a healing center, but like, entheogenic medicine support center. You should be able to go there and have a menu selection of what medicine you want to work with and have all the support, whether you need more physical healing or, whatever you may need in that sense. The world would be such a different place if that was available for people.
Yeah, they can't have that though. They wouldn't be able to make enough money off of us.
There may be solutions to what you're talking about within some of the links I sent you, Platypus. I just wanted to say that. Check those out. The Zapper, I've heard people having a lot of success with. It's actually for parasites. I sent you a link from a doctor that I know through a friend that recently thinks that he's been shedded on, and you know what that means. And
Yeah.
he was totally against the whole program. He's like a retired doctor, so it's not like he's just like some gullible person buying into anything. And I sent you a talk he did on like alternative cancer treatment, and then he's gotten relief just from this like very inexpensive frequency generator from Amazon that my friend sent him. And then there's this other guy that I just recently met that down here closer to me, well, actually San Diego area, that has like all these really like high-end, high-tech Raymond Rife frequency generator type things. Other devices that are all like these newfangled, like really expensive devices that I don't know if it's his company or it's just something he's involved in, but they're all at his place, and I don't know him well enough to even like ask to go there. But I might eventually, or if you wanted to try to get a hold of him on your own, he did like a self-help book that brought a bunch of money from selling like 1 million copies of a self-help book, where he got like the sponsor, or he used somebody that was a little bit famous to generate profits, and it ended up working out for him. And I met him at a party. But there's all kinds of benefits from the stuff that you'll find there on the Facebook page that I sent you. People just standing on this thing with frequency, generating all around them and through them. And just from what I know a little of, it sounds like that's exactly what you need.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna look at these.
Yeah, I also sent you a video. Someone put a instructional video together on how to make the Bob Beck zapper. Bob Beck's another one, as well as Hulda Clark, and then I forget the guy's name that was kind of more the pioneer of it. Doctor, I forget his name, but anyway, Bob Beck did a whole thing about how a cure for all diseases in his mind was the electrification of the blood, and the zapper that the guy shows you how to make was basically his advice on how to do it. And it's really cheap. You just go to the hardware store and get some items and put it together. Send a little signal through your body, and that might help. This is not medical advice.
Right, of course.
It makes sense though. We're electric beings, right? Like, why would we not be like using electrification as some of our, upkeep of our system? I mean, naturally that happens anyway, but it seems like if you could figure out the right frequencies and actually know what you're doing, and there's a whole science that's not being shared with us or not being developed further because of the pharmaceutical industry, that would make a lot of sense, you know. And then the ether, the connection with the ether and the electric frequencies, and just the frequencies in general with the ether, and our health is a huge thing, I'd imagine.
Yeah, we need some brave people to go out there and like test themselves pretty much.
There have been. It's not like it's never been done before. This is not anything new. These are in a lot of people's minds, like even with like the ayahuasca, like Gio's saying. I mean, these these are tried and true in a lot of people's minds that have used them for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding. I mean, obviously, it's hard to say what our really history is all about and all of those factors. But I mean, in my understanding, before any of these kind of modern day religions like shamanism, you could call it like the world's original religion, if you or spirituality. But it's really not a religion at all. It's like a set of practices, and the practices are. It's not based on dogma or belief or anything like that. It's actually based on practices, tools, and methods for healing and for accessing higher understandings and knowledge, through oneself, ultimately, and also if the plants are being used, then in communion with the plants as well. And it's interesting just that so many of these ancient cultures seem to have these core medicines that that they would work with, that the shamans would have, so that if someone in the tribe or someone in the human community had like a health problem or a emotional problem or psychological, whatever it may be, that they would go to the medicine men and the real medicine men of their peoples, and would be able to have the right medicines that they would need to resolve that. And my understanding of it, when that's really done in that way, like they don't have very much suffering. They don't have like physical illness. They don't have like psychological illness, because they have the medicines they need to actually get people to heal from those things. Whereas big pharma has the opposite of that, it seems.
Yep, they just want to continue the symptoms and give you something for that. And give you something like that will make like statin drugs. I mean, all kinds of shit that like is problem reaction solution, like you're talking about. Hearing some stories last night from people that was just blowing my mind. The whole thing about meat, I guess we don't want to get into that topic, but the oiling of America is a big thing, where oil became like the big thing for people to use instead of butter.
Oh yeah, dude, the vegetable oils and the seed oils are killing people. It's gross.
Yep.
Since the topic came up, we can move on from it. Obviously, it's one I'm very passionate about. I could talk about forever, but yeah, just this website, this group, KAHPI, KAHPI. It's just I can't verify all the information on here that it's all legit or anything. It's like a hub for information on ayahuasca. Like I said, I can't stand by all of it, but I've known about these guys for years, and I know people that are connected through, so yeah, there's a lot of definitely good articles, and there's actually a bunch of like free, I guess they call them courses, but really it's not like a learning course. It's more just learning about the medicine essentially and different components of it, and some of these different traditions that do ceremonies in different ways. So yeah, I think it's all free, everything on that site, and definitely a lot of good information on there. Yeah, it looks like if you click on the, I don't know why they call it a course necessarily, but it looks like if you scroll down, there's just a bunch of them, and I think they're all free as far as I know. I think they used to have like they used to have like a paid course thing, but then I think they've made it all free. But yeah, see this Charles Grob, like a lot of these people that have been involved in this work for many years are. So yeah, it's definitely a good place for information. Oh, they do have some membership thing. I see. Yeah, monthly or lifetime. Maybe they just made a bunch of it free. I'm not sure, but
I was looking for that bot that you said was in the server, Geo, that's supposed to give your reading for your astrological reading that you were talking about a while back.
for
Hello?
what?
For the
Sorry.
astrological reading? You said there was a bot that you made or something that you or on this channel that you could go to and you could just put your birth date in and it'd give you your whole reading.
Oh yeah. There's a bot on here that exactly. You can pull up any chart with it. Yeah.
Can you put the link for that in the live stream for me again? Or the commands or something?
Yeah. Let me see if I can get a list of it. Well, you can I'll have to check. I'm not if you have access to the commands on it. I mean, everybody should. I just don't know. I'll have to check that. Here, try typing this. I'm going to type something. Try typing this in the chat. It's .new chart space and then the date. I'm going to do it and then see if you can do it. If you can, then that means you have access to the bot and you can do all the settings and you can customize it for yourself. If you don't, then I'll have to make the permission so you can.
New chart space all one. Or just actually do a space and then do my birth date. Okay. So like
Yeah,
that.
but it didn't work for me though. So let me see. Do you know this website, New Perspective or Platypus? Have you guys seen, Arrowhead?
Oh yeah, I know about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of good articles and information on there for a lot of. I just posted the vault, the ayahuasca vault. Yeah, I got to check on the bot thing. I think Discord changed the command system. They added this new command thing, so yeah, I might need to look into this because I think it changed the way the commands work.
Okay. No worries.
Also, that's the link to the bot. It's called Astrobot. I called it the Luminariographer. I renamed it, but the name of the actual bot is called Astrobot. So that one, if you scroll down, it has all the commands at the bottom. But like I said, I need to figure out a way. I got to figure out how to get the commands to work again.
Okay, thanks. So this is, I could just get it from this site that you put the link for. I could just do the same thing here. Or that has to go through Discord. Create an account or something. Oh, it says right on this page. Says, yeah, that's new. It says, oh, it's so big. Autobot is currently transitioning to / commands. Therefore, some parts of this guide are not up to date. Old prefix commands are not available anymore. While definitive / commands are not yet available, you can continue using legacy commands by using / command instead of the dot prefix. So maybe try that.
Yeah, and then it says an unknown command when I do the command for it. Because I'm doing that.
Oh, okay.
See what it's saying? Maybe I'll try settings.
Anyone out there?
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
Oh, what's
What's
good,
up,
bro?
bro?
So Platypus, so right now, like you're not doing any kind of treatments for it, or are you just kind of trying to eat healthy and kind of still trying to figure out what it is, or are you currently doing anything like that, or?
Yeah, I thought you heard me earlier. I've been taking ivermectin,
Oh, right, yeah, those two.
and yeah, methylene blue for about almost 3 weeks now, and I'm having the exact reaction that my research said that I would have if I had this parasite and they were being killed by what I'm taking. But I've taken this before and had this happen. I'm just doing it for longer this time. So we'll see what happens.
So you're having like a Herxheimer reaction, you mean?
What is that?
Herx. Some people call it Herxing, but it's a Herxheimer. It's a reaction that basically the definition of it is if you're taking a medicine or a substance that is like either killing an infection or a fungal infection or parasitic eggs and stuff like that, meaning like it hasn't gotten to the root of it yet. But if you're taking something that is killing it, you can have a Herxheimer reaction is basically having like symptoms that are connected to the fact that
Yes.
the bacteria is dying or the parasite's dying or whatever, and it releases toxins in the bloodstream. It can cause all kinds of different symptoms while it's happening.
Yeah, that's exact. Like, yeah, 100%. Like I'm on day 1 of my second 7-day cycle, and my symptoms are fucking shitty right now. But that's how I know it's working.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in a type of way, yeah, even like the purging, like we were talking about the ayahuasca, people purging on ayahuasca is actually a sort of a form of that in a way. It's like your body going through something that's actually purging out the toxin. Although like Herxheimer's, like for example, like if someone starts taking like oregano oil and they have a lot of candida, like a lot of yeast built up in their system, they'll start taking oregano oil, and it'll start like killing off the candida, and then they'll be having symptoms. I think the way ayahuasca works is actually has a little bit of a higher intelligence than that. Like it's taking oregano oil is a little bit unbridled in that sense, and maybe the ivermectin might be that way too. I don't know, but if it is just kind of like an intense thing, you know, rather than like an organic. Like I guess what I'm saying is I kind of question whether Herxheimer is actually a good or bad thing. You know, like I think there's ways to heal without having that, is what I'm saying. Although at the same time, I'm saying, yeah, the ayahuasca people do have potent purging, but like the Herxheimer is, it's almost like your body can't fully get rid of it, and so you're getting the symptoms of it rather than just kind of getting it out. Although you are getting it out slowly, so it's just kind of like a different avenue. It's like a different way to go about it.
Have you ever done the gallstone cleanse, Gio?
Is there a particular one you mean? Like a particular protocol?
Yeah. But you use a combination of lemon and olive oil, and you do a fasting, and then you do the lemon with the olive oil and something else. There's a whole thing to it. You never heard of that? You get like these gallstones just like pouring out of you.
Interesting. Are you talking about the master cleanse or a different one? Master cleanse is one.
No.
You're talking about a particular gallstone one. Yeah, there's definitely several different ones.
Yeah. I've had friends that have done it, and they say it's crazy. Like the amount of gallstones that are in the toilet. It's just amazing. Like, how was that in me? And I didn't even know.
Yeah, there's an herb called Chanca Piadra. It's also called Stonebreaker.
Yep.
And that one is really good for breaking up kidney stones and gallstones. It's literally, they literally call it the Stonebreaker.
Yep, I know about that.
Yeah, it does it in a really gentle way. Like if you have a kidney stone, as you know, those can be the most painful shit ever. You know, people go through. It sounds like the most horrific pain.
Yeah.
But this herb actually like breaks it down. It's once again with Big Pharma, the way that they get rid of your kidney stone actually just makes shit worse in a way, and you have to go through all that pain. Whereas an herb like this actually, now this herb might take a little bit longer to break it down. Like you might want to be on this, like ideally before, like it might be, you know,
before it gets to that point.
Yeah. Although I do, I mean, I'd like to see more studies done like in modern day with people that are in an acute thing with Chanca Piadra, because obviously mainstream medicine doesn't test natural things really. So not in a way that they would like rigorously put it through, because they can't patent it and they can't sell it as a drug. So but yeah, if you have that gallstone cleanse one, I'd be curious to check it out. Because I mean, I've seen ones over the years, but yeah, if there's a particular one, it's always good to have more tools in the tool bag.
Yeah.
In terms of that.
Yeah, I'll post it. Looking for the most easy instructions.
So platypus, have you researched that it's like a particular type of parasite then, or like, are you on to what it might be?
Yeah, and I've brought this up to doctors, and they've been like, "Yeah, that is possible, but it's highly unlikely." And I've got all the symptoms, and taking the ivermectin, which
was prescribed to me before by a doctor, but the way he told me to take it was not the way that I'm taking it now, and so we're just doing like a little process of elimination. But it has been a crazy journey just to see how fucked up the medical industry is, and you know, nobody cares more about your health than you do. At the end of the day, doctors, they just, they clock out. But you gotta live with that stuff. So
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know what your symptoms are. There's probably some stuff we can't talk about on YouTube, but yeah, we could probably jump over to the Telegram VC at some point. But it's like, yeah, I'd have to. I'm curious to know what your thoughts are on a couple other things, because I definitely think there's some toxins in the environment today that were not in the environment before. Let's just say the scamdemic, and that's been very interesting. That I've been looking into and researching. It's like it's like, I guess you could call them bioweapons in a way, but like certain toxins that are happening now, basically, that are different, like a different batch of things that's in the environment than there was before, and the effects that that's having on people.
yeah, and not to mention, our government, other governments have done experiments on these parasites, have probably released them on populations of people, and have started whole pandemics, from these experiments. Like, yeah, I'm trying to like be careful with my words here, but like there are some countries where like the mosquitoes carry parasites, and people in those countries get very frequently infected with these parasites, and they all have the same symptoms. But then you look at other countries, and it's like they rarely have any of that happening. It's like, you know, I understand that some of these places are a more tropical environment where like mosquitoes will flourish, but it's just weird how, I don't know. It's interesting.
Anyone got a topic to bring up? Unless I stepped away for a minute, but Platypus, I did kind of miss the last thing you said. I don't know if I had to step away for a sec.
That's all good. I don't even remember what I said. I think it was something about. It was definitely something about parasites, but yeah, I don't have a new topic. Like, what time is it? It's a little late for me.
What do you think they are ultimately? Like, do you think they're biological? Do you think they're like half machine? Like, do you have any thoughts like that?
I think they are a consequence of living out of balance with nature. So whether that means that they've been engineered, sure, that's possible. Did they already exist, and then some kind of experiment made it so that they're highly resilient amongst humans? I mean, I don't know. Possibly. I mean, I could definitely see their potential, as weaponry. So why not? Um, but yeah, if everybody's just walking around with parasites inside of them, and that's causing, I mean, we kind of went over this already, but it's causing a bunch of symptoms, and all those people are on various medications to mitigate those symptoms rather than cure them. It's very profitable for someone. So if I was an evil genius and I had all the resources, like yeah, it's, if I was going to do harm, that was one way I would think of doing it.
Yeah, it is uncanny. Like the way parasites seem to work with people's psychology. Like, have you heard about? There's so much kind of unknown about it too, but people that get certain parasites, kind of like you were saying, that have actual like psychological changes, like they'll have like either like certain phobias or like certain addictions to certain foods and things that are almost like driven by the parasite. It's pretty fascinating to it's kind of dark too to think about that, like how that's even working to where it could a parasite actually like in a sense control your mind.
Well, yeah, it absolutely can. The whole idea of like the crazy cat lady comes from uh, people with lots of cats usually are infected with the brain parasite toxoplasmosis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a death by a thousand cuts thing. Like parasites are just like one of the thousand cuts that they try and do. Like you've probably never heard of this, but have you ever heard of chronic wasting disease?
In deer, yeah.
Oh, so you have heard of it. Okay, yeah. How crazy is that? That's just like running rampant across the United States, and no, like a lot of people have never even heard of it, and it can totally kill you if you eat a deer with it. There's no cure. It's fucked.
I think that, I mean, from what I've read, it doesn't transfer to humans. Are you saying that's not the case?
Yeah, yeah. You get prions disease. You eat a deer with CWD. Yeah.
Yeah, I would. If yeah, you definitely have to pull the ayahuasca out for that one.
Yeah, definitely.
Jeez. Yeah, that's brutal. Well, I guess I didn't know that much about it in humans, though. Do they admit that, like in the mainstream, or
No, I think officially they say that there are no cases of like humans having it transmitted.
right? Because I just looked it up. Of course, the CDC, which is very trusted, and they say they say there have been no reported cases of CWD. That's the first little search I get. That's what I thought is that But so they claim there's no evidence of it. But you're saying it does happen?
Well, yeah, I mean, we know like humans have definitely gotten prion disease. Like how they got it is, like, I guess what's up for debate. But I mean, CWD is prion disease in an animal.
Yeah, that's wicked.
Yeah.
Just wicked bad. Yeah, I've seen deer that have it. It looks absolutely horrible. I mean, I guess the good thing is that don't they get it pretty quick, and then it kind of starts to take effect quickly. So, like, if you were hunting a deer, you most likely would know if it had it.
Yeah. Yeah, you would know. Like if you would definitely know. But I hear that it can like stay in the soil for a really long time. And so like that's how other animals get it. Like it can stay in the scat and then it gets in the soil. But that's another thing. Like I'm really careful whenever I'm talking about how something is transmitted because I am very skeptical on all of that. You know, viruses and like you know touching people, like you know how things are spread. I think that there's more to it than at least what I understand.
Why do you think the creator created diseases?
I'm not necessarily sure that the creator created diseases as we know them now. What I do understand, or what I think happened was um, the genetics of various living organisms were messed with. They were meddled with, including like fallen angels having sex with humans, fallen angels creating human animal hybrids, and I think that's probably where a lot of pestilence came from. It's just we don't have a whole lot of obviously records of that, but that's kind of what I think. I mean, in the Bible, the main reason why God flooded everything was because the giants came down and had sex with humans. The genetics of one organism were mixed with the genetics of another, and that seemed to be no good. So I don't know. Good question though. I do think the whole birth, life, and death, um, it's like a test, and that test is going to be different for everybody. I don't know how it's a test for like babies that die as infants. And I'm not really sure how that works, but kind of what it seems like.
Yeah.
Like I've heard that some of these crazy spirits that people see on ayahuasca or like DMT are the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim that were killed in the flood. I thought that was pretty interesting because they came down into the material world from wherever they were, um, to dabble in the material, to be to be with the material world and us, which are material beings. And so when the flood took them all out, they still had spirits, but they were denied access to the material realm. So that's why you hear about people getting like possessed, and all kinds of weird stuff. But I don't know if it's true. It's just what I heard. Interesting take.
Possessed by Nephilim, you mean?
Yeah.
And then that's just happening spontaneously, or?
I mean, I think that, like, imagine, you came down to Earth and you had sex with human women and you taught the humans about metallurgy, technology, language, arts, you know, all sorts of different creations, and then you waged war. There was crazy war in those days, is what they say. And so, like, there's other cultures that talk about giants and like godlike creatures waging war. The Greeks have their whole thing, and it's like then you get your body taken away, but you're still trapped here in a spiritual form. And I think some of these things were pretty malicious and just um, sort of embodied some of the worst qualities of humans, like hedonism, hatred, gluttony, stuff like that. And so they will try to materialize by possessing people. Yeah.
So where are the skeletal, the fossilized remains of these supposed giants?
The Smithsonian probably
Why?
cremated them.
Why? Why would they do that?
Why would they lie, or why would they destroy evidence?
Why would they destroy the evidence?
Well, it makes it a lot easier to tell the lie if there's no evidence to the contrary, right?
So this would have to be a really big grand conspiracy, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. One of the biggest.
So do you have any direct evidence of the giants ever existing other than Photoshop examples that you can find on the internet?
Well, like I've said before, my standard of evidence is pretty high.
No, it seems like it's pretty low, actually.
But in this case, I would make an exception. I'd say that, like, the speech that Abraham Lincoln gave at Niagara Falls, where he referenced, the giants of North America. I think that's pretty.
There are examples of what could be considered as giants. For example, tribes of the Serengeti that were actually very, very tall. They could be considered giants, I guess. But were they indeed giants, as you tried to inflect or upon the idea that they're like huge? Well, let's go even further. Let's go to the Book of Enoch. Do you believe the Book of Enoch to be true?
I don't know. I think it's interesting. I don't know if it's true. Like, true in what sense? Like, that the author really believed what they saw, or
Well, do you believe that a giant actually scooped out what we consider the Grand Canyon? Did a giant scoop it out with his hand and throw the remnants of the canyon out into space, and it became our moon?
is that what it says in the Book of Enoch? I didn't
Yes,
read
it
that part.
does. Yes, it does.
Hmm. Well, I think
So
it's
how
possible.
So how tall would you consider a giant to be? Let's go that route.
I mean, pretty big, I would say. If
Well,
it could scoop out, if it could scoop out the, the Grand Canyon, he'd have to be pretty big, right? Or she.
no, I'm backtracking. You said that there should be evidence. It was destroyed. How tall would you suppose that these giants would have been?
I mean, massive. Like probably the size of like mountains and stuff, right? I mean, if there was a flood that came down and killed these giants, they would have been immediately covered with, you know, rock and dirt and mud, like a giant mud flood, basically, because it's covering all the land. So their fossils would probably turn into like, mountains.
So this pretty much goes back to the Book of Enoch, which this giant would have had to been massive. This giant would have had to been massive to be able to scoop out the Grand Canyon and fling the remnants of it into space, and for it to form our moon. So
That's
my
a
question
titan.
is, to you is, and I'm going right back to it. Why isn't there fossilized evidence of these giants? There has to be a record. You can't say, well, just the Smithsonian destroyed the evidence. This would have to be a worldwide conspiracy. Everybody, just like the moon landings were fake. This would have to be a worldwide conspiracy, just like Earth being flat. It would have to be a worldwide conspiracy. Why do you believe that these conspiracies can
That's
coalesce can coalesce like that? And they would have
those are
to coalesce like that. They would have to.
those are
Why would
titans.
all
Those are
I've got
titans, not giants.
why would all these countries in the world, many of whom hate each other, agree to let's just spread a lie? That makes no sense.
unless nobody knows what they're looking at, right? If you don't know it's a fossil, you don't know to like test it. And nobody's ever seen a giant, so how would we know what their fossils would look like, right? Especially if they're so massive that a petrified giant fossil could just look like a mountain range. Hope that answers your question.
Well,
I
no,
think
actually,
there's a difference.
actually, it didn't. What I did, I grouped everything as a whole, and all I got is denialism
There's a
instead of
big difference
address.
between giants and titans. Have you heard of the Florida stones?
No, I haven't.
There's a whole bunch. There's a channel called Old World Florida, I think it's called, and he had a video. He's looking at the Florida stones. They're basically anchors for ships, and people have got them on their front lawns in Florida. They're scattered everywhere, and the only explanation for these giant many ton stones is that they were used as anchors, and you can see the rope marks digging into them, and these big holes that have been drilled through them so that the rope can go through them. And the only size human that would be able to maneuver these anchors and lift them overboard of the boat would be someone like 12 foot tall. And you'd probably need a few of them. And what you're talking about, mountains, those would be titans.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't take too many generations to pass. Like if giants existed and then they were removed by a flood, like it really wouldn't take too many generations until people are like, yeah, they never existed because no one's ever seen one.
I've seen a channel. I can't remember what it was, But there's a channel out there. There's some dude. He actually goes climbing inside caves and stuff, and he's actually showing how the caves that he's going into is like the air canal of a titan.
It's pretty interesting. Yeah, I definitely think that there's a huge mystery to our existence and to where we live, and it just ties everything together. You know, from ghosts to Bigfoot to mysterious disappearances, animal mutilations. Um, just yeah, it ties it all together. Giants, the Bible, other
Even
religions.
even like Antiquitech, yeah, the
Yeah,
old
yeah.
tech that had the circuit board cities and how buildings were actually batteries.
Yep.
Even the stuff that Martin Liedtke talks about with the bones in the catacombs being batteries, how they have metal
Oh,
rods that come from the bones. Yeah.
yeah. That shit is so crazy. Like, I just was thinking about that the other day. How there's something really fucked up with the catacombs. That's just not normal behavior to make
Well, the
that.
bones apparently they have like some piezoelectric type of energy that you can collect from them when they're under pressure.
Yeah, I've never heard of that, but that's very interesting.
It's like there's been some form of amnesia that happened earlier on, maybe a few hundred years ago, or not even that long ago. It's like some type of a mass amnesia.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
I agree. Like, yeah,
I don't think it was necessarily a mass amnesia because like if you look at like the fall of the Roman Empire and roads and aqueducts, the people, in the generations following the fall of the Roman Empire, they couldn't rebuild, they couldn't fix the roads, they couldn't maintain them, they couldn't maintain the aqueducts, so they just became ruins. And eventually, people didn't even know what they were. Like they wouldn't understand how to reconstruct them. Like if you think like today, if if people or like if there was some sort of disaster and a bunch of humans died, and the people left over, they weren't experts at everything. They just survived. And then a few generations later, it's like they're using power line cables as rope. It's like they have no idea what the fuck power lines are or like what they're made out of. They just know that it's a material that's fucking everywhere and they can use it for rope. I don't know if that was a good analogy, but
Yeah, well, there's been rocks found everywhere, and the details on these rocks, you can't deny that like every little tiny detail on the rock shows that it's a heart, for example. And these hearts are some of them are extraordinarily large, and they're definitely a humanoid heart.
I think it's like a
Mud,
fossilized organ.
mud, yeah, like Mud Fossil University. He had sometimes he's hard to follow. He's quite religious, but he's had some guests that have shown quite a lot of hard evidence for petrified or lime excreted organs that have turned into rocks, basically, or crystallized. Yeah. I really enjoyed the video I watched about some dude climbing through this mountain. He's like going through a cave, and all the markings on it were just so evident that what he was walking through wasn't your average cave. He was like, I can't remember if it was the air canal or the colon, yeah, it was part of an organ of a living being, down to the finest detail. It's definitely a cover up for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they love to go to places like Afghanistan and Iraq and just bomb the shit out of the mountains for no reason. Well, seems like they're just firing bombs at the rocks.
That would be a crazy. Yeah, that's interesting. Who knows what they destroyed on the North American continent while it was being while America was being formed.
Well, Old World Florida, that channel surmises and pretty much says that Florida was part of Atlantis, and it actually was Garden of Eden, as in the Bible. And there's so many things like the trees. There's these special trees in Florida which are like balsa wood, and those are the same trees that are mentioned in the Bible that Noah built the ark out of. It's this very strong timber and super lightweight, and it only grows in a few places around the world, and one of them is Florida.
Anybody alive?
Did any of you guys hear, like, a couple years back, there was a bunch of feet that were washing up on the west coast of the United States?
Did you say human feet?
Yeah, human feet.
Oh, yeah. And some of them had shoes on, or what?
Yeah. Pretty bizarre.
Yo, who
Well,
watched the fights yesterday?
with the food shortage, blah blah, that's going on in the world right now, and all the premonitions from earlier on talking about what's going to happen in the future, I imagine we should be looking forward to seeing like plagues of frogs and birds falling from the sky.
Yeah, I've read a couple articles about some weird, like, nature happenings where, like, I think, forget where it was, but, like, millions of crabs have, like, disappeared from the shores. See if I can find that article.
And they will just say, oh, that's because of global warming. They just went to somewhere colder.
Oh yeah, this is from one day ago. Billions of crabs have vanished, and scientists have no clue why. So it's approximately 11 billion Alaskan snow crabs just missing. Of course, experts widely agree that global warming likely played a major role in the crabs' vanishment.
Like, how hot can the globe get? Like, give me a fucking break.
Your mic's a little low. It's kind of hard to hear you.
Did anyone watch the fights yesterday?
No, who was fighting?
I heard Sean O'Malley shouldn't have won.
No, he should have lost. He won the
Yeah,
fight.
I know he shouldn't have.
Yeah,
Like
he
they
should.
robbed the other guy.
Dude, that was the biggest robbery ever. I saw it. Everyone who saw it was shocked. Even the people that wanted Sean to win, they were shocked.
I gotta watch that fight because I missed it, but that's what I heard. So
Do you
Wow,
see the propaganda? The propaganda. I just had a friend over, and he's like, "Oh, did you see the leader of China just fired 4 of his like delegates or whatever of his party, and he's like trying to prove something, his power to the world, and even one of his close what do you call it, co-workers who sits near him in conferences got escorted out of the conference. He must have done something wrong, and that was what was pretty much stipulated on the news, and they showed him getting like escorted out by 2 people. But I said he just looked ill. He looked unwell, and I went and found it on I think it was on YouTube, and I saw the full the full explanation or the full video clip, and it actually showed him being escorted in as well. I mean, he was getting escorted in. He must have been ill. And that's the type of propaganda that's put out on the media to make people think that for some reason there's this dictator who lives in China and he's controlling people and he's made it so he can't never get fired and he's getting rid of people like in North Korea style. But the fact is,
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. He looked like he was sweating or distressed or something, and they claimed no, he looked like he was sweating, and they said in the article that he was like distressed or something about being escorted out.
yeah, but
Man.
they forgot to show the whole video where he was escorted in. It's just because he's like 78 years old and he's very frail.
Yeah, things the way they get written.
Yeah, man. This
Fucking
this
news,
like
bro.
the propaganda in the news and you know
Duh.
what are we going? Can't do much about that. But it definitely shapes the way that people have their views on everything, and it shines a really bad light on in particular on this country. That they say the mass genocide, all of that. That's a load of. That's just I can't believe it. I lived in
That's only
China.
for the sheep.
Hey,
That's only for the sheep. That's only a small percentage of people that really pay attention, believe that like 30%, 40%. They know not everyone's gonna believe it. They just shoot their shots every day, like a little bit at a time. They get you like think of another subject the day after where you don't even get to research the thing they told you before, and it's like that for weeks and months and years, and nobody has their own thoughts anymore about politics. Well, not nobody, but whoever watches. So I don't think it's that hard to get them like to break out of it. It's much harder to indoctrinate them. That's what I like. They spend so much energy on it, and like you said, these stories it'll never stop. They'll twist every story. You just gotta not listen to any of it. Just don't listen to it. Don't listen to the news. Don't watch TV. You'll be good. Stress free.
just think if there were humans that were incredibly intelligent back in the past, but they were also built in stature like 20 foot tall. That would be so easy for a 20-foot tall human to to scrape off and shape some rocks and build them into pyramids, wouldn't it?
Yep.
because you wouldn't be concerned about them being able to lift these rocks and get them all up there in the time frame that they say the pyramids were built.
Yeah, but the tunnels and pathways and like all the roads around the pyramids and inside, they wouldn't fit 20-foot people. It's like built for normal sized human beings.
No, they weren't built for people to go inside, man. That's where the archaeologists, and they're all fucked in the head. They think it's built for people to go inside. But if you don't think of it like that, you think of it as a machine. They were just built like a kid playing with Lego.
Yeah, but then how would you build the inside?
You would build it like a kid playing with Lego would.
No, it's much more than just placing them on top of another. It's you know, literally like there are passages and roads and doorways all over not inside the pyramid. Maybe there are a few, but mostly outside.
But
That
it is possible that these giants I'm talking of were living at the same time as regular humans as well, yeah.
I would say maybe it was a slave giants. You know what I mean?
They would have to be pretty skilled laborers though as well. They'd be getting more than minimum wage for sure.
Why would giants work? Like, wouldn't you be like? Wouldn't you have people work for you? Weren't the pharaohs like giants? Probably.
I mean, that would explain. I mean, if you had giants making the pyramids, then you wouldn't need to be concerned about the technology necessary to lift these heavy rocks and try and explain away that there was no technology. Well, you could explain that if you had super giant humans or humanoids that were also very skilled in their rock masonry craft, um, that would have found it quite an easy task.
Oh, that's
I
so
was
true.
so amazed. I was so amazed. I went to Costco for the first time the other day because we just got a brand new Costco here in Auckland, in New Zealand. And anyway, I went in there, I lined up and I got my fucking card, so I had the privilege to spend money in their establishment. I walked out of there with a giant box of croissants, these butter croissants. They're so
Yeah,
fucking
they're
good.
good. They're very good.
And I made a big mistake about letting my daughter buy this ginormous $35 happy birthday cake, and it wasn't even her birthday. And it's just full of that mock cream, like unbelievable amount. It's like this stuff, you could put it in the sun, it wouldn't melt. But like anyway, I didn't realize until today. My friend came over and said you can buy coffins in Costco. I was like, no, because I didn't go that far down the shop, and
Is
I
there a lot
couldn't.
of people?
Oh my god, it's like a rock concert, man. It's
Really?
crazy.
Is that the
Yeah.
first one you guys get over there, or is there a couple?
The first one, we've got $8 chickens, man. They weigh about 20 kgs.
You want a Costco hack, then get a gift card. Then you wouldn't need to buy the membership. You get someone get you a gift card.
You're joking. I paid 55 because I did it under business, and if you do it under just a household or whatever, it's another $5. I don't know what that's supposed to achieve, but
Yeah, that's the money they make the money off the membership. So,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
but
yeah.
you could get around it by using a gift card. It's pretty cool.
I wish I had known that, because like the only reason why I would go back to Costco is for the croissants.
I mean, you can
Yeah,
get decent, like if you buy a lot of stuff, you get a good deal.
you could enter like with a
You like
gift card. You could enter Costco with a gift card. So you could just get a $200 gift card, $100 gift card, $50, and just use that. Then you'll save your $100 or $50, whatever it is, for the membership.
It was really good to get 30 cents per liter off petrol at their petrol station.
Gas, toilet paper, what else? Like detergents. You get a lot though, but you end up saving over the long term.
Yeah, it's like the price per kilogram of the mince, that what do you call it, the ground beef. It
Yeah,
was really good value, but but you have to buy 10 kgs,
I know
man.
it's a lot.
Uh, yeah, but I was so surprised that I was like, if I was you think about the marketing of it, eh? It's like it's a sort of a food store and it's got everything that you need.
Yeah,
But then someone in management says, "Why don't we sell coffins?" And it imagines like, "Come on, honey, let's go to Costco and check out the coffins." Like, fuck. It's like the strangest item on their whole inventory is a coffin.
Hey, where are you
Yeah.
gonna get a coffin from, brother?
From
Well,
the
after
funeral home.
after eating all those jumbo packs of junk food, I guess it might be what you need at the end.
all those
Exactly.
Oreos.
I would say it's kind of embarrassing to buy a coffin in Costco.
Hey man, you get a good deal though.
Yeah, if you buy a coffin from Costco, you get a discount off your plot.
Costco coffins built in China.
Yeah, but the lids on their Pepsi takeaway cups says in bold writing "Made in USA," and it's
Yeah.
like in New Zealand we never see anything that says "Made in USA." It's always "Made in China," especially for plastic stuff. But all their bread and stuff, it's all made in Australia and it's all frozen and shipped over here, and all they have to do is put it in the oven. It's ingenious. They are so clever. They have more than 250,000 workers worldwide. I think 270 something thousand workers.
Oh yeah, they're a big company, and they're
That's more
growing.
than that's more than NASA, man.
They're growing.
Yeah.
Competitor
Yeah,
to like
so
Walmart.
imagine how many customers they have with a membership, and you could, let's say, worldwide, I don't know,
You just look at it. It's on the SEC filings.
how much is it, like 30 million, 50 million?
I'm in a game right now. I'll pull it up. But yeah, the subscription model always works. It works with anything. Streaming,
Just imagine like 30
anything.
million memberships worldwide. Let's just say even 20 million. And then each membership's like $60 average, maybe $70. Pretty sure in the States it's 100 and something. But that's like 20 million times 50. What? It's what the dude makes.
Walmart has more employees though, right? Worldwide, I'm pretty sure they're still bigger.
And they have these giant teddy bears, so the first impression, because everyone has got expectations when they go to Costco about everything being massive. And you walk through the door, and the first thing on the left are these ginormous TV screens.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. Electronics are right at the entrance.
And on the right hand side, when you walk through, they have the biggest fucking teddy bears I've ever seen for $499.
Oh,
Were people
shit.
buying a shit ton of like items?
I think people were being not really, like just a
Like
few
running
items.
along, checking it out.
Yeah, a lot of people were quite disappointed. Most people I talked to. Um, but it doesn't have a sign. It doesn't have a sign near the drink dispensary. On the way out, there's like this place that sells pizza and Pepsi or whatever. So on the way out, my daughter asked for a cup. She asked for a takeaway cup, and the lady gave her a takeaway cup, and she just went and helped herself to a big 1 liter of Pepsi. It doesn't say you have to pay for it. Self-service.
Yo, JS Bach. Do you remember the pancreation discussion yesterday?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so I was not researching that. I was just looking into the history of like boxing and stuff. And actually, boxing used to be without gloves. And so like when you see those old pictures of them with their hands down, it's because that's actually a better form of fighting for bare knuckle boxing. Because in bare knuckle boxing, you can't hit as hard to the side of his dome or you'll break your fist, basically. And then also
Yeah,
like
there is
back in
bare
the
knuckle
17
today.
yeah, back in the 1700s, boxing also included grappling and like eye gouging and ridiculous shit like that. So I'm just thinking that like maybe some of the shit looks stupid, like how the old boxers have their hands down, but it's because they're not wearing any gloves. You know what I mean? So I don't know if you can really judge
Not that,
a shit
bro.
like that.
It's really not that. You have bare knuckle fighting all over the world today and for the past 30 years also. And you got to understand the MMA has advanced in the last 20 years,
Yeah.
30 years, more than the last 10,000
Remember
years.
Pride?
And right after we had that debate yesterday, I watched Anthony Kiedis from Red Hot Chili Peppers on Joe Rogan. He's a super MMA fan, but they were literally talking about the discussion we had and how there is no chance. And I'm gonna take back what I said, that UFC fighters like Pancration will stand against a UFC champion and he won't stand one round. So I'm gonna take it back and I'm gonna say against any UFC fighter, they wouldn't stand one round with them today. Any UFC fighter, any fighter that's in the UFC, pound for pound, they won't last one round with them. So I was too nice yesterday. These Pancration fanboys. Like you see some bulldog chokes and like the worst moves in their art. Like anybody who has some knowledge in MMA, true knowledge, will understand that these guys compared to today, they do not know how to fight.
Yeah, but you could say the same thing for the boxing and how they used to have their hands lower and now it's higher because they used to use no gloves. Now they use gloves.
It has
Say, wow,
nothing
look,
to do
You
with
look at these
gloves
old
or no gloves,
look at
brother.
these
Because
old
MMA,
boxers. They look retarded, but it was just because they had a different situation that they were dealing with, no gloves, and it's more advantageous to have a different
no,
stance.
you have to understand that back in the day they didn't look retarded. Why do they look retarded today? Because we know that that's associated with bad bad technique. So with all the
If you're
knowledge we
wearing
have,
gloves, but if you're not wearing gloves, it's actually a
dude,
better
it has
technique.
nothing to do with gloves.
What are
Your
you guys
hands are
arguing? Are you
your
guys
hands,
arguing that the sport's more developed now, or
of
more
course.
competitive, or
But
less?
they're
Okay.
arguing that no way that the people 2,000 years ago would whoop their asses today. Just delusional. And it has nothing to do with whether you're wearing gloves or not. MMA, UFC 1, 2, 3, they didn't have any gloves. First guy to put on some MMA gloves, he just designed it so he wouldn't break his knuckles every time he punched. So they didn't fight with gloves in the beginning. Technique has nothing to do with the gloves. All right. So maybe in aspects of how you punch to the face with what part of the hand you use, but the gloves in MMA are so small. They're literally your fingers are out. You can use your whole hand. It's designed to use it that way. The beginning of it didn't have it. They didn't use gloves. There's bare knuckle fighting today. Got nobody with their hands down. Only people with their hands down are people who do karate and got real quick leg and footwork, leg movement, and they could move back and forth. They usually stand like 90 degrees, like straight uh, on their side facing their opponent so they can move back and forth. They got their hands down. That's like you got some fighters like that. Best fighter in the world, I would say, is Raymond Daniels. You just type his name in fucking YouTube, bro, and tell me anybody could stand up with him. Forget even wrestling. He cannot know wrestling and take any of these pancration dudes out. Like any day, any time of the day. So you got Wonder Boys, Stephen Thompson. He's got the same style. You've got Lando Venata's got that style. You've got a few people that have their hands down, but that comes with a lot of different things. Has nothing to do with the gloves. Just delusional. Whoever thinks these guys could last a fight or
They probably
forget
picture
even do it.
like some guy from like Spartacus or something.
No fucking Spartan, no
I know.
gladiator, no
Yeah.
pancration. They wouldn't stand one round with any UFC fighter. Not one round.
With UFC rules.
No. You can make it any rules.
Really?
Weapons
Yeah,
too,
with
though?
I don't
with
know.
kick,
I don't know about any rules, bro. There's a
Weapons and
lot of rules
anything?
in
Like,
UFC.
I don't
brother.
know, man.
There are really only a few in MMA. Didn't have UFC didn't have any rules in the beginning.
Weapons, though? Weapons? Like swords and shit?
No,
I
if
don't
we're
know about
talking,
that, bro.
that's not what we're talking about.
Okay,
And I
just
said,
fist.
Yeah, no, hand to hand. We're talking about hand
Hand
to
to
hand.
hand, okay.
yeah,
So hand to
just
hand, there's definitely more technique and knowledge now, and they're probably
definite,
yeah.
dude. So much more tape
But
knowledge.
that's not to say there
Yeah.
could probably be some fucking crazy like anomaly beast back in the day that like punch and fucking like break your fucking jaw
Yeah, if he
and might
hits
win
you,
a
and
couple.
then
Yeah, might win a couple
you could
rounds
have a
against some.
300. You could have a 300-pound beast, but that's fine. I'll just give you Francis
So like
Ngannou,
freak of
bro.
nature,
I'll give you Francis Ngannou. He's a freak of nature. He's got
right?
the strongest punch ever
Or
recorded
Rumble
in
He
Johnson,
history.
he.
or
Oh,
fucking what's his
Francis
name?
Ngannou has no chin.
So I'll give you Francis Ngannou, strongest punch ever recorded in
Francis
human
Ngannou has
history.
no chin.
Who's the other
He's
guy that has a
heavy,
huge?
We call him glass jaw.
heavyweight champion of the world. I'll even give you Yuri Prohaska. Fuck that. I'll give you Glover. All right. I'll put you that 43-year-old Glover, light heavyweight champion a year
Over
ago.
Texera is like 45 years old, my guy.
Yeah, and he'd whoop any pancration, any fucking gladiator in there, put them in the ring, no time limit, bro. He'll put him to sleep in less than a minute, probably minute and a half. Take him down, full mount him right away, fucking suffocate him. He'll be sleeping in like 1 minute. You guys don't know what you're talking about. The jiu-jitsu technique,
Bro, if you
boxing
put
technique.
Hercules in, that's it. They're all done.
Yeah, bro.
That's not.
And Hercules would fuck up any modern day fighter.
Yep. So it was just some triggered dude yesterday that's probably been studying pancreation shit his whole life. And when he heard that they wouldn't stand with a UFC fighter or champion, he got super pissed. He was cursing me out, screaming.
Yeah,
So
all over fighting.
I crushed his
UFC.
dream.
Yeah.
Oh, the level of fighting today. You guys have no clue. No clue.
So I should rewatch. I should definitely watch it.
Oh, the
Missed
fight
it.
from yesterday?
Yeah, I missed it.
Oh, are you kidding, man? You got TJ, he dislocated his shoulder in the first 20 seconds of the fight. And dude, he was trying to pop it back in mid-fight. And he couldn't use his hand, and everyone sees his shoulders dislocated. Everyone sees it. And then Sterling took him down, and he was mounting him and elbowing him in his face, and the dude couldn't use his hand, and he survived the whole round. Then you got his coach pop it back in, and then he goes out to the second round, dislocates it again.
Oh, probably torn. He probably tore some ligaments.
No, he dislocated it like 20 times in the
Yeah,
training.
there's probably some tear though, right after dislocating so many times. It's
He's
probably some
gonna-
tear damage. Fuck, that
Dude, it was
sucks.
crazy. It was insane.
Take
It
a
was
lot of
insane.
beating.
No, but he was an animal for that. Like most people would just tap, quit. He tried to pop it back in, and he fought with one hand. It was crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah, and the championship fight, bro, the main event.
I'm disappointed though with that robbery that happened. Because I
Oh
don't like
yeah,
when
bro,
that
that's
happens.
disgusting. They just want probably a new champion, something interesting. That pissed me off so much because that was the only fight I got wrong. Like I bet Peter Yan would win, and then they gave it to Sean. I was like, what the fuck? Fuck that. It was for sure a robbery.
Oh, what'd you think about that Swedish guy fighting John Jones? That was a pretty good fight, eh?
Hey, it was all right.
The
It was
first was it the first one or the second one that was really good.
No,
There's two fights.
Gustafson, the first one, yeah.
Yeah.
So that was like a 5-rounder, but I could tell you for a fact, the level has gotten so much higher today from back then. It's insane. It's insane. That was
Talking
only
about
like
Gustafson?
yeah, that was like 8 years ago, right? Dude, way different level.
So you think he would lick Jones now, eh?
Yuri, you know who Yuri Prohaska is?
Does he have a ponytail?
Is he a heavyweight with a ponytail?
He's that light heavyweight Viking with the samurai antenna on his head.
Yeah,
Is that the guy who got that spinning back elbow and fucking
Yes.
slapped
Yes.
We know
Yes.
exactly.
Okay, so that's Yuri Prohaska. He's a fucking freak, bro. He goes outside, he starts his day like he's in the woods, and he just meditates in front of a tree for like 6 hours and then starts
What is this? The old guy Game of Thrones over
fucking
here?
awesome.
Dude, he kicks the tree, punches the tree, like he uses the tree as his punching bag. He's fucking psycho. He shaved his whole head and he's only got like long hair in the middle and he stands it
Yeah.
up like an antenna, like a samurai. He thinks
Yeah,
he walked out with like this kimono.
Oh yeah, I
He's
remember that.
psycho. He's psycho, bro. But his technique and he's so
But Gustav versus Jones. You think he would lick Jones, eh?
oh my god. Yeah. Well, it will be a good fight. It will be a much better fight than Gustafson against Jones. It will be a better fight. But Glover versus Yuri, best light heavyweight fight I've ever seen. Ever. He got the tap like 1 minute before the buzzer, like after 24 minutes when he was losing the fight. That was crazy. That was crazy. The championship fight. Just watch that fight. So back and forth, and it's such a chess match. That's why it's so back and forth. All the knowledge, like all the positions, they're all well rounded already. It's not that you got one guy that's just good at jujitsu. You got that 42-year-old dude that's a jujitsu black belt master, but he's such a good boxer also. Such a good boxer, kickboxer. And you just wait. In 10 years, you'll see some incredible fighters. You got kids today practicing and learning MMA since the age of like 2.
Yo, did you see the tension kickboxer kid versus Floyd Mayweather bout or whatever?
No.
Oh fuck, never mind. There was a Japanese kickboxing like prodigy, basically, who was knocking fucking guys out left and right in wherever he was from. And then he fought Mayweather, and like, I don't know, it looked like he's leaping around, taking falls, and like it looked really fixed. It just looked all fixed. Yeah,
No, you have to understand if he's a kickboxer and they were fighting boxing, right?
yeah, but I mean, he was like, apparently, I was seeing a video of, and this guy was like describing it as like, oh, he's got the highest like fight IQ. They're off the charts. I've never seen anything like it. And there's videos of him like analysis videos of like slowly stepping away and like spinning around and head kicking and like.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
if he was fighting boxing, bro, he has no fucking chance against Floyd. No chance.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. It's not the loss that surprised me. It's just how it looked. It was a little bit like, I don't know. It looked fishy.
Hey,
What looked
listen.
fishy was the Mayweather Paul, I think Jake Paul, one of those, or was it the other
Logan
Oh
Paul.
yeah, Logan Paul.
Yeah,
I
it was
remember that.
fishy,
Why do you
bro.
think why fishy? Like
Yeah, I was
I
about
would
to get
I have
knocked out, and then he held him. Mayweather held him.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen like
that
I was
dude,
like,
that's like the
Bro.
biggest bullshit. After the fight, you got these people like saying, "Oh, was it rigged? Hey, look at this, Tyrone Woodley, Jake Paul, and Tyrone Woodley also. That was a fake knockout. Come on, man.
Oh
Like
no, I
no
don't
one
agree with
wants
that.
to get knocked out, all right? And it's a fight.
I think
They
Jake Paul's
don't.
legitimately a good boxer. Like,
yeah, but here's my thing, bro. You're saying that pancration fighters would never face a UFC fighter today, but then we have Jake Paul knocking out the UFC champion.
We're talking
Dude,
about
seems
yeah,
kinda
you're talking about boxing, bro.
boys.
That's fucking boxing. You think Jake Paul could stand one round in MMA with Tyrone Woodley?
no, but he
Maybe
said he
he
would.
can if he practices today, but
Oh my
he's got no chance against Tyrone Woodley if it was MMA.
God.
That's
Yeah,
including kicks and
yeah.
takedowns and
Oh
wrestling.
no, he knows that. That's why he didn't fight him in MMA.
So the point's
Right.
irrelevant with the
Yeah.
pancration thing.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
talking about full MMA. You could put gloves on. You could have
Yo,
gloves
what was
off.
that? Yo,
And
Bach,
hell,
what was
make
that?
it.
Bach,
What?
what was that fight you were saying earlier? The best one you ever watched, or whatever, or some shit
Best
about
light,
that?
the best light heavyweight fight I've seen was the championship fight this year, Yuri Prohaska versus
Yuri, put that on. Put that on right now.
versus Glover.
Okay,
And
thanks,
you
bro.
gotta understand, Glover's the oldest champion to ever win the belt. He choked out Jan Blachowicz, he's a Polish beast. All right, he
Yeah.
beat Israel Adesanya also easy.
Yep.
But
Really?
he lost to Glover by submission, like the second round. It was
Well,
such a
like
good
Glover versus who?
Yuri, Giri.
Oh, G. That's a weird way to
No,
spell you.
Jiri.
Oh, okay, yeah. Here we go. Yeah, you. All right,
That
cool.
fight, bro. That fight.
We're watching it right now, bro.
Yeah, we just put it on right now on the big screen. We're gonna fucking watch that right now. And you said Israel Adesanya versus this guy too. Should be a good one.
Israel lost to not to him, to someone else. But yeah, I wasn't talking about watching that fight. Just the Yuri. It's a war. You're gonna watch a fucking war right now. Like I think that fight's way better than John Jones versus Gustafson.
Yeah, let's see. This looks.
This guy's ponytail looks really dumb, though. I gotta say.
Hey, numptiness. What's up,
until
numptiness?
you see him spin elbow people to fucking hell, you say it's dumb. But
What's up, numptiness?
God, the troll is back.
And what are you doing here again?
let me get me a cup of tea. I wish I could watch the fight with you.
Yeah, we can't stream video from here. You need like special permission.
You mean
Right now we're in the first round. He got taken down, but then he got out, and now he got taken down again.
Oh, Yuri.
Side mount right now. Yeah.
Dude, Glover, he's fucking 44. I don't know. He beat Jan, who was an incredible champion at the age of
Oh, he's got his
44.
balls in his face right now.
Yeah.
His balls right in his face.
I remember that. I love doing that in jiu-jitsu. I do that to my brother.
To my brother.
What belt?
Yeah, doesn't that hair get the... That hair looks so dumb flopping around.
Oh, that dude's fucking psycho, bro. You have no clue. You have no clue.
I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah. Only a psycho could wear a fucking haircut like that. No normal person would wear hair like that. Like, bro, it's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Dude, if you think that dude is normal in any way, shape, or form, you're wrong, bro.
Yo, Bach, where are you from? Like, your accent is
from-
hard to place.
My accent is what?
Hard to place.
Oh, cool. I'm
You
from
sound like
Israel.
my one friend Mahan sounds like you. He's like
He's Arab, probably. No?
yeah, he's Iranian Canadian actually, yeah.
Yeah, so because we got that Middle Eastern language. I grew up speaking Hebrew and English, but I moved at the age of 13 to Israel with my parents. So yeah, I got some English Hebrew accent. But I'm from New York, so it's like New York and Hebrew together. And maybe some southern, a little bit of a southern type of accent also.
Do you guys have beef with like do the citizens beef choke with the enemies of Israel there or what? Do you guys like fuck Iran or something like
Nah, bro, I protect Iran, bro. People fucking a lot of people are brainwashed here, but you know, you got some missiles coming in, who knows who sends them in. Like I tell them the news say it's fucking terrorists from
Was there any
Gaza.
truth? Was there any truth behind Iranian hackers hacking the system and threatening to leak nuclear codes?
No, dude,
Because
that's it.
to
No, for
in
sure, no.
exchange for the release of Iranian political prisoners. Is there any
For
truth behind that?
sure, no. For
I
sure,
saw
that
I saw like some videos about that, and I was
that's
just
all
wondering.
bullshit, bro. It's all bullshit. That's bullshit.
Interesting.
Israel uses Iran a
Yeah,
lot
because
for.
I didn't know I would have the pleasure of like speaking to someone from a like the actual society. So I was just wondering, like, because I saw some informational stuff about that.
First of all, is nuclear bombs don't exist, and Israel likes to use
Or
the nuke.
it wasn't nuclear bombs slash codes to be exact, but they were talking about leaking information about Iranian nuclear.
The only reason for Israel to invade Iran and the only thing they use is
Prophecy.
nuclear. No, they use nuclear threats. They say Iran's gonna build a bomb, nuclear bomb. We have to stop them. They say
Bro,
that
this is
every
tea.
time.
I always find the seeds in there.
It's all bullshit, bro. And you've got the Iranians really trying to make an atomic bomb, but they don't. You can't. You know, they're messing with shit their whole fucking the whole time, just like fucking all these physicists fucking messing with some equations that mean nothing. So you've got all these countries trying to create atomic bombs, but they don't know they're just fucking with numbers and it'll never happen. And then you got some countries like 8 strong countries, they're all in it together, you know. They're like, we got the atomic bombs. That's how it is.
It's all good. No, put it back on. I'm not bad for both of us.
Israel's a shithole, bro. And for the dude that was defending the pancreation techniques, I would recommend you Google pancreation art and you just see what they're doing there. And if you know a little bit about MMA or scene, you'll see that those are child moves.
What is pancreation? Explain, please.
Bro, I just told you. Is that the
I
Greek,
want
those
more
Spartan
information.
fuckers, what they used to
I want
train.
more information.
It's just MMA back in the day, so you've got like some no bar holds competition, no time limit, just bare knuckle.
Yeah, it's bare
Bare fist or
fist.
wrapped fist?
No, it's
Gloves?
bare fist, bro. These were like Spartan fuckers. This is like 2,600 years
Dude,
ago.
bare fist is just stupid because you'll just break your fucking bones in your hands.
That's
So
what makes it more realistic.
it's not that it makes it more realistic. You're not talking about a war now. You're talking about a sport that took place, and everyone wants to continue after that. It's not like you want your life to end over there. Like, who's gonna
That's what I'm
join?
saying. That's why in old boxing they kept their hands on. We were just watching a whole video about it. You can't throw punches as hard when you don't have a glove. That's why the
It's not
technique is
that they
different.
kept their
You can
hands
throw
down.
you can throw your punches hard to his face, but you can't throw it hard to the side of his head because you'll break your fucking fist. We just watched a whole video on it. This
Yeah,
guy
but
from
that
Britain,
has nothing to do
this
with.
boxer from Britain was breaking down the history of boxing back to like 17 fucking 50 and how they implemented rules and then the fighting style changed, and then they implemented more rules and gloves, and then the fighting style changed again. And it was these changes were in
Of
directly
course,
happening
the
because of
style would
the rule.
change. You can't throw nearly as many punches as you can with gloves. So I would say after a few punches, if you threw too hard and broke your hand, it's not that it has nothing to do with the position. Maybe your hand was down because it was broken and it hurt. Just like fucking any guy that breaks his hand in the UFC in the middle of a fight, you see his hand goes down because it's fucking hurting and it's broken. All right. And he tries not to use it at all. But if your hand,
Oh, I
like,
wish I
there
could
is
send
no
you the link.
reason, there is no technical
Like,
reason to keep your hands down in fighting. That's the worst thing you could do. First thing you do is keep your hands up. And I'm not even
But
talking
the
about,
main argument
wait,
with
wait,
that,
I'm in the middle, brother. Let me finish, then you could talk. So I'm not even talking about the hands down position, which is also not true. You see them having some of their hands up in the art. I'm talking about all the other positions, the wrestling positions, the way they kick, the way they throw their
yo,
punches.
fuck.
Horrible
In the
technique.
1700s, before these, like, bro, there was like two sets of rules they were talking about. But like before, there was the first set of rules. Before that set of rules was implemented, grappling was part of boxing. Dude,
Dude,
this
I'm
guy who was
talking
breaking
about
down British history of boxing,
2022.
it was really
What?
interesting. I think you should try to find that video if you can.
Yeah, I'll watch it for sure if you send it over. But I'm trying to
Yeah,
tell you, I've
I can
seen
find it
so
because they played it on
much
the TV.
information on this. I study this for at least 7 years. MMA, like, I'm deep into it. Been practicing for 3, 4 years already, and I know a lot about the history, but I especially know about fighting, and I see the best people in the world fight every week. Like, all the fights that take place, I didn't miss one fight for the last 4 years. All right, the highest level competitions and other organizations as well. I'm telling you, those are beginner postures, the way they throw their punches and take
Yo,
each other down.
even
Even the
with
way they choke each other
hold
out.
up,
You've got a
hold up.
bulldog choke, which is literally a high school backyard choke. It's what you'll put your 12-year-old friend in when you don't know how to fight. You're holding his head with your hand. That doesn't work. All right, that
Bro,
wouldn't
bro,
work.
can I say something really quick? You know that they banned like grabbing people by the throat with your hand from UFC. That's an
You do
illegal move
know that
because
that's
it's huge
not.
damaging.
You
It's an
do know
illegal
that
move because it's
UFC
huge
had no
damaging.
rules in the beginning, bro. You
But I'm
do know
saying
that, right?
something
They
as
had no
simple as
rules, no
something as
gloves. You can fucking
God
punch in
damn.
the nuts. What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, listen. Okay, we gotta go. Shoot, we'll talk about this later.
All right.
Do you think that fighting and achieving the level that you're at now has boosted your self confidence?
100%. 100%. I think the best thing anybody could do is learn mixed martial arts or a martial art. Uh, Specifically, I would say jujitsu. That's the most humbling, the most confidence, the most useful. And it really doesn't matter the size. Like, you could, it's really the only sport that the size wouldn't really matter. If the guy doesn't know really anything about jujitsu. So I could tell you for a fact it boosts your confidence. It's super healthy for you, for your body, cardiovascular system, and just, you know, just stretching and your muscles and your bones and really everything. It's the best way to train, get a sweat in. It's useful. You learn so much. It's literally like chess. I love chess, but it's like physical chess, one on one. It's the realest thing ever.
It's good for it's good for the it well balancing your harmonize. You know, a really good technique if you want to harmonize your muscles and your tendons. So I can teach you this one. What you do is you put your back up against the wall. You
All
stand
right.
with your You stand with your heels against the wall and put your back up against the wall, and then you put your hands together, your fingers locked, and then you invert them so the palms of your hand are facing the ceiling, and then you lift your chin up and you stretch like as tall as you can. And you stretch absolutely as tall as your body can possibly go with up onto your toes. And when you have your jaw up into the highest position that you can put it, you natter your jaw. You know what nattering is?
No.
So you natter your teeth. You sort of like go like this with your
Yeah.
teeth,
Yeah, I
and
can't do that.
you
Teeth.
concentrate the pressure on the back teeth of in the back of your jaw, and there's a nerve right there at the back of your jaw. When you do this technique at the same time as stretching, it's going to harmonize your muscles and your tendons. It's the best stretch exercise that you can do,
That's nice.
especially for what? Yeah, try it, man.
I just tried it right now, but I do stretch like every day, and I
But
do
the
like
trick is that nattering, because you've got to activate that nerve, and that nerve is going to send signals all over your body, and it's going to harmonize your muscles and your tendons.
So when you say that, I'm thinking about all the stretches we do in jujitsu. Like, you roll to this, you do all different kinds of stretches, and I like to add my stretches. I just make them up. I kind of move however I want to stretch, and there might be more like points, special points like that where you can harmonize your body when doing stretches. Like, for sure, it can't be the only one. You know what I mean? Like, I'm
You,
telling you, after I
you know
stretch,
when
I
when
feel
you
good.
just get a fright. Have you ever had a fright before, and that feeling, you like someone comes up and goes "Wah!" and scares you,
Yeah,
and you get that sort of like the hairs stand up on the back of your neck? Well,
yeah,
after you do that stretch, you kind of get that feeling all over your body.
yeah. I love stretching. It's so important, man. Like, you got to keep those things moving, because if not, it'll get stuck. I stretch every day, bro. But yeah, I would really.
I
Did you
really
ever practice any jujitsu or maybe kickboxing, or not even boxing, but like grappling?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No. When I was younger, now I'm 48. But when I was younger, I was right into doing motocross. That's mostly what I spent my time doing,
I would
jumping over
really
trees.
recommend you. I would really
Eh?
recommend for you to go once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. Just start training for an hour every week. Jiu-jitsu, enter a class, do something, some MMA. You're super young. It's all good, man. I got people
Yeah,
in
I have
their
problem walking. I've
60s.
got fibromyalgia, so yeah, just walking up the road is difficult for me.
Yeah, maybe it could help, brother. You don't gotta walk too much. You're most of the time on the ground. But it's really amazing, man. Like, whoever does jujitsu will understand me. But if you don't, you'll never understand unless you try. You got
Yeah,
people
well,
with
I used to be
no
able to.
legs, sparring and doing
I used to
jujitsu.
be able to
One
run.
arms.
I remember when I was in my early 20s, I used to be able to run on my knuckles 100 meters.
On your
Like,
knuckles.
yeah, doing a handstand, running on my knuckles
Oh, yeah, that's crazy, bro.
on the grass field.
How much
I
do you
remember.
weigh?
Now probably 100 kg. Back then I was about 70.
Hmm. Like 6 feet.
Nah, I'm 5'10".
Dude, you gotta go to jujitsu, bro. I'm telling you, it'll change your life for sure.
Yeah, I used to watch them doing it in the city center, that sort of dancing around. It looks so, yeah, they're so what's the word? It that like they can turn on a whim, yeah, when they're using their hands to do like cartwheels and stuff, and sort of you don't know what direction they're gonna go, eh?
Yeah.
It's definitely a clever sport.
The amount of
Good for you.
control and understanding that you gain like over your body, like it's insane. Like awareness and everything, like super healthy for the brain. I'm telling you, super healthy, especially for the
I,
body.
I definitely believe that for sure. Have you tried juggling? Can you juggle?
Yeah, I could juggle like 3 balls, but I was never too into that.
I bet you play. Do you play hacky sack?
What is that?
Most of the guys I knew that were doing jiu-jitsu, they would love to play hacky sack with that, like a little, like a material ball with like little beads in it, and you just use your feet only
Oh,
to
like
hit it up.
Fuchi. Yeah. So I play Fuchi with a soccer ball. I do it with the soccer ball and my friends. It's like a sport now. But
Right.
it's just like you stand in a circle, like a few friends, and you just keep the ball in the air
Yeah.
while using your hands. So right now in Israel, especially in Israel, but you got a lot of places starting to adapt it also. But there's a new sport. It's called Fuchi Volley. It's basically volleyball just with your legs and like without your hands with soccer rules. So you got people cartwheel kicking balls over the net. It's crazy, but it's
Cartwheel.
really like,
Fucking hell.
yeah, and they
The
like
net's pretty high, eh? To be able to do
yeah,
a
the
cartwheel.
net's
That's
super
high.
high. It's like 2 meters high, and they fucking land on their back. It's insane
Jesus.
on sand. Yeah, it's crazy. It's real impressive. Really impressive. I don't understand why there isn't MMA in the Olympics. That would be crazy. Regardless
Yeah,
of
but
organization and country,
you'd think
just
so, but instead what they do is they have stupid sports like archery or um, darts.
yeah, disc throwing and fucking like a super aerodynamic like spear that oh hold on, I got a phone call.
Now it's my chance to change the topic. I think that all the illuminaries up there were actually looking into the supernatural world. It's like the veil between the supernatural world and the natural world where we stand. What we're actually looking at is all supernatural, and we don't realize that. You know how ghosts are supernatural. All of these unknowns are all supernatural in the mind. Well, I think that what we're looking up there is we're looking through the veil at the supernatural. I wonder when they're going to do the alien invasion. That's got to be on the cards soon, eh? It'll be like they're going to go to vote for the next leader, and so as not to let the next leader come in, they want to retain the current one. They're going to have something that happens so that all votes are out. because someone has to save the world.
Anybody ever hear of Admiral Byrd before?
Mm.
Yo. Is anyone here?
Yeah.
Hey, Flat Earth Batman, I feel sorry for you.
Really? Why?
As an Aussie man, you need to get some help.
I think you need the help.
We live on a globe, we don't live on a flat Earth. What did they
Can you
teach you
prove
in
it?
primary school? I thought they taught
They
you
taught
this
me
in
lots.
primary school.
Who's
They
this
taught me
retard?
lots in primary school. How about you?
In
Secondary
primary
school.
school,
Did they
man.
teach you in secondary school? How about university? Did they teach you in university? Tell us about
What
it,
did they
please.
what did they teach you in primary school? I thought they taught you this, man. Like, what's wrong with you?
You mean indoctrination? They never proved anything to me.
Indoctrination means the forceful effort of knowledge.
They did not
It's
teach
when you
us
force
the
someone to
globe.
accept something. They didn't force you to accept it. They taught you it.
Did
And you
they?
should
And why don't you refresh my memory as to what they taught us about?
taught us about the solar system. They taught us that Earth is
Did
round. They
they?
taught us that we're rotating around the sun. You like what did they teach you? Why are you in objection to this? I didn't realize.
Why
I
am I in
understand
objection?
American. I understand
Because there is
Americans.
no proof. Do you understand? There is no proof.
I understand Americans because Americans are some of them are really stupid. But as an Aussie, like come on, we have quality education. How can you come to this conclusion?
This is where you're completely wrong. You haven't even looked at your globe model to see that it's false right from the start. There is no curvature at all. It cannot be seen anywhere here in Australia, anywhere. Secondly, you cannot prove to me that you can have gas pressure without a container. So please tell me in primary school or secondary school or in university where they have proven to you that we live on a globe.
Definitively.
I'm waiting.
They showed us images from NASA. Like, why is that not satisfactory?
I saw Superman flying through the air. That's not satisfactory. I saw Batman do some very strange things when I was a young kid. That wasn't satisfactory. So these images, where were they taken from? The vacuum of
Space.
space. The vacuum of space. Prove
The
to
vacuum
me
of
that
space. Yeah.
gas pressure exists without a container of some sort.
No,
Please
that's
go
not.
ahead.
That's what space
Please
is.
show me the
Space is.
technicalities and the scientific
Space is.
experiments that prove it.
Space is a. Space is a vacuum, and a vacuum is a space in which there is a low pressure of gas, so
A
relatively few
very,
atoms, molecules.
very low pressure, exponentially low. You okay? Not
Yes.
just the low pressure, exponentially low. About 10 times greater than what we can produce here on Earth. So please explain to me how on Earth, 10 to the negative 6 4, we have concrete walls that are 6 foot deep, reinforced, and the vacuum still leaks out. Yet on Earth, no problems. We can go all the way to 10 to the minus 17 Tor without a problem. Space won't encroach on Earth at all. You know, it's very easy. Look, you're indoctrinated. You've got no proof of curvature. You can't show us gas pressure without a container, right? You can't show us bendy water. You can't show us curvature. So please go ahead, the experiment you like. Don't give me images that are all in just false images, basically. Okay? You know, show us all. We'd love to see it.
I'm embarrassed.
Should be with your stupidity.
I employ that you seek help. Maybe direct your questions to a physicist or an astrophysicist in your local area, and I'm sure they'll be able
Oh,
to
look,
answer those questions.
you know what? There's been plenty of them that have come up onto this Discord and the other Discord that I belong to. They've got no answers, none whatsoever. Okay, how about you go and
Astrophysicists?
try and yes, they're physicists, all right. Don't worry. And there's plenty of engineers that I know that I've spoken to. They've
Not
got no
engineers,
answers.
astrophysicists.
Of course, let's we want to measure the Earth, so let's talk to astrophysicists. Of course, let's look to the sky to measure the ground. Of course, you're delusional. Okay, we don't live on a globe. It's impossible to live on a globe. Look, it's impossible to
Batman.
live on a globe.
Do you have a local university near you?
I've got friends that are professors.
Do you have a local university? Okay, I want you to go to your local university
Friends that
website.
do you understand? Can you hear me? Is your
I
connection not
understand
good?
that.
I've got
This is
friends
what I
that
want
are
you to do.
professors. I
I
have
understand that. I understand that.
physics
I understand that.
teachers. I have physics teachers from
No,
universities
not physics
that
teachers. Not physics teachers. No, not physics teachers. Okay, physics teachers, they're there to just regurgitate what they've learned from a textbook. I want you to go to the real people that are working on research papers who have studied this field in depth, and I want you to go and ask and relay your questions to them. So look up your local university, look up physicists, astrophysicists
just
in your
stop
local
there.
university,
Stop there,
email them
Mr.
and
Embro
ask them to,
Mango.
to have like a 30-minute session with them. And they will be happy to talk to you through all your questions and answer them for you. Like,
Just stop there. Just stop there for a second. Do you think if one of those actually came out and said that the Earth was flat, he'd have a job for more than 2 weeks? Are you serious? Which world are you living in right now?
no, I'm
You're in
just
the
saying.
delusional world. No, you're living in the delusional world. Anybody from mainstream science that comes out and says that the Earth is flat will immediately be discredited and lose their job.
I
Do you
understand that, but
understand that?
I want you to go to an actual astrophysicist, an actual physicist, and ask your questions to them, and let them answer it. Let them give you a professional response. Okay, go to your local university, look up their website, ask for 30 minutes of their time, and ask you questions.
There's
Okay.
no need because they've already
Stop
come here.
talking to random people on
No,
Discord. Stop
no,
going to your
no,
physics
no, no,
teachers.
no, no,
Go
no,
to
no,
the
no, no.
real people.
Talk to someone else because you're useless. Goodbye.